America, if not the world, is public speaking, and I pretty much got that licked. But what scares me is the past. I used to say to people, because people are always afraid of some being killed by somebody who hates them or something. And I said, don't worry about that, because in my experience, the people you got to look out for are the ones who say they love you, not the ones who hate you. The ones who hate you, you can see that coming a mile away. But I did get thrown into the past, and I don't like the past, because the past, to me, is just full of dangerous people who, somebody said, the past is a different country. The past is another country. They do things differently there. I have a feeling that is the epigram for an officer and a gentleman. I don't recall. Is that the one? Or the French lieutenant's woman? I knew it's something military. But, yeah, so I try to avoid the past unless I'm doing a specific time travel meditation. Then I like it, but because then I can control it. But I was putting together an ad, and I was using a likeness of the Green Hornet and Cato. So that took me back a long time. And I remembered I'd learned a very important lesson when I was about 9 years old. And I thought I would just relay that to you. Some of you may have seen it on my Facebook page. I just put it up, a cursory version of it. But there was a kid here at PS 87, which is the William Tecumseh Sherman Elementary School. And try explaining that to your friends in the South, that you went to the William Tecumseh Sherman Elementary School. There's a really nice, wonderful guy named Jeffrey who he owns the Charles Atlas Company, the exercise thing. And I used to chat with him frequently. And, we just kind of drifted apart. But he was a little astonished when I mentioned that I went to the William Tecumseh Sherman Elementary School, because he's from the South. And I won him back, though, when I made a reference to the War of Northern Aggression. So I saved that one. That's a rule of mine, is don't annoy bodybuilders. Because you don't know. You've seen these guys, But the Charles Atlas thing is very good. It's good. It's very healthy for you. It's very good exercise. It's wonderful stuff. I was in the best shape of my life when I was doing the Charles Atlas stuff, and I got very sick, and I thought, oh, great. Just isn't that perfect? Now I'm in great shape, and now I'm sick. And then I realized, yeah, that is perfect. That's the time to get sick, is when your body can handle it. Anyway, this plays into my reminiscence, because there was in William Tecumseh Sherman Elementary School a Chinese boy. And I won't mention his name because I don't want to throw any publicity. I mean, he may want not this to be known, you know what I mean? So let's, and you never know who's listening, and it's always very odd when people from your past show up, and I don't want to do that to him. Well, in any case, he was a nice little kid, and fun to be around, and slender, and he would argue occasionally with the teachers because the teachers didn't understand his birthday, which in his culture, when you're born, you're already considered about a year old, because you've been gestating for 9 months. It was interesting, and his first name, his given name, was his last name. But the teachers got used to him eventually. Well, there were a lot of kids who bullied him. I mean, really bullied him badly. And, they would shove him around. They would mock him. I know we didn't have many Asians in the public school system back then, but this was just, how children can be cruel. I'm talking about 9-year-olds, 8, 9, 10-year-olds, and they used to abuse him, really, push him around. Well, around the time that Bruce Lee became popular, a friend of mine and I thought it would be awful fun to take a look at a self-defense class to see how that works. Now, there's a famous grocery store here on the Upper West Side of Manhattan called Fairway, and next to that used to be, they've expanded the Fairway place now, but used to be a Tom McCann shoe store, and above that was a self-defense academy. So my friend and I, and we can't be more than 10 years old tops. I think we were 9, actually. And we went in there. The kids were unsupervised in those days, and we turned out okay, I hope. But we went into the martial arts thing, and there we saw something that blew our minds. And I know that's a late 60s expression, but that's what it was. We saw our friend from a Chinese family, 9 years old, like us, giving a lesson to a room full of students. And he was throwing them around the room, and he was having them grab him, and then he was breaking out of their holds, and he was smashing wooden planks with his hands. I mean, this kid was dangerous, and we my friend and I were aghast. When it was over, a friend came over to us and said hi, and my friend couldn't help himself. Said to the kid, the Chinese kid, "You can do that. Why don't you just beat up the kids who are bullying you and pushing you around?" And we learned a very important lesson that day. The kid said, "Why bother?" So, okay, I guess he knew he could do it, It's like when they say the meek shall inherit the earth. Now, that's a thing that's misinterpreted. In that context, in those days, the word meek meant somebody who was extremely strong and powerful, but chose not to use it. It wasn't like a little mouse, we think meek is a little mousy guy, No, the meek were the people who could break you and just decided not to. And that was this kid, it was just fascinating. So why bother? Well, of course, we had never made fun of him and pushed him around anyway, but we kind of made it known as best we could without spilling the beans to the other kids who were thinking of going after him and teasing him and pushing him around, that they might just want to reconsider that option and not do that. And they would say, well, why not? And of course we would say, okay, just do what you got to do, and hope that they never found out why not, because this kid was dangerous, and he knew he could put an end to it all, but he didn't. He just said, what difference does it make? And that was a fascinating attitude. And that comes from strength. You see, that comes from real strength. The bullies don't have real strength. They project power, but they don't really have it. That's why it's easy to stop a bully. It's very easy to do that. We were experts at that, my wife and I, when we ran a newspaper, because there's a lot of people who used government to bully people, and we just exposed it, and that was that, So, but yeah, as far as I know, this guy never dropped anybody, but he could have. I guess just knowing that was enough. You see, that's an interesting lesson. And now that goes to one of the roots of magical power. With magic work, you can do things to people if you really wanted to. But why bother, Now, you got to consider these things very carefully. For instance, something I've talked about before, a lot of people are interested in romance when it comes to magical work, and they'll ask, could you do a love spell? And I explain to people, and you'll see this even at my website, magic-works.com, magic-works.com, that love spells are black magic. If you're going to make somebody love you, first of all, you got to have a little self-respect. If somebody doesn't love you, you don't want to, put a hex on them and make them love you, because that's, come on. You want to earn that. You don't want to do it by cheating. I'm hesitating because I'm about to sneeze. I'm having such nose problems. There, I hit the sneeze button just in time, I hope. I think you might have heard that, even if I'd unplugged the microphone. That was a whopper, I tell you. But yeah, black magic, no can do. No, not good. And you can read why at my website, magic-works.com. magick-works.com, if you want to know a little more. Now, there are, you can email me at asktarot@earthlink.net, but there are things you can do magically in terms of spurring romance coming your way, such as doing some kind of rituals that will attract to you the kind of person who happens to be looking for somebody like you. And even that can be a little dangerous, as you'll read if you look at my website. I'm going to tantalize you with that. I won't tell you that story. Maybe I'll tell it next week, but I don't want to spend too much time babbling because I missed so many shows when I was not feeling well, and I'm so glad to be back and almost completely strong again. And I'll tell you why I mentioned missing all these shows, because I think of this as a moral obligation now. I missed so many shows last year that I've actually decided that for the next, it was a New Year's special, but I'm keeping it going. I'm going to charge 50% of my usual rates for doing personal readings because I couldn't do any readings while I was ill. If I can't do the show, I certainly can't do one-on-one readings with people over the phone or over Skype or in person. So since I was out of service, the least I could do is make up for it by offering tarot readings, individual readings at half price. You can see my rates are not very expensive anyway, but you can go to magick-works.com. Again, M-A-G-I-C-K, I spell it the old-fashioned way, -works.com. And at the homepage, you can see it, or the rates, or you can look at the page that says tarot reading and see it there. And there's a big reminder there to look at those great prices and then slash them in half. That's just my way of thanking you for remembering me. That helps a great deal because I've been away for so long. Well, let's see. What can we do here? We're all shuffled up. I've told you the story about the little kid who could have made mustard out of anybody he wanted to. He could have splattered them all over the wall. Why don't we do this? I'm all shuffled up. Let's just go right to the readings. How's that? I'll ring a bell 3 times now so that we can declare sacred space. And remember, because I probably won't mention it again till the end of the show, that my private reading sessions are now half off. Just check that price out. It didn't sound as melodic as I like, but it's 3 rings. And that is to signify that we are now entering sacred space where we will be looking through the magical window. And the first call is Megan in Salt Lake City, Utah. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm good.
Well, let's see if we can make that a little
be better.
Yeah, what can I look at for you?
Just general.
Just a general reading? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I've got some interesting cards here. Are you trying to get some new things going in your life?
Yeah.
Okay, because I've got a couple of cards here about exactly that. It's the 2 of coins and the 3 of rods. Those are about waiting for things to yield results in terms of money and in terms of career, but overall it could be anything in that sense. The star is a card here too that's very important because that's a card of hope and optimism. So it's good. You're looking good.
I love that.
Something coming. Now there's another card here which is interesting. It's the Devil card. This is not.
Oh no.
No, it's not about demons and monsters and all that. It's about a very charming person who's powerful, who can do a lot for you, and you can do a lot with this person, but there's a warning not to be too attracted to the person because you can be chained to the person. It's a whole different thing in terms of it's not evil, if you know what I mean. It's just like that somebody who's very charismatic and persuasive, and somebody that you know or you're going to meet, and you can do good things there, but just be careful not to lose yourself. That's the warning in it. You see,
yeah.
But you will get good results out of it. I have the Page of Swords here. That's telling me that you're changing the way you're thinking, that your mind is expanding and growing. Do you feel that happening?
I do.
Because this is a very good period for you. So that is the results that you're waiting for are tied in with the fact that you're seeing the world differently. I have the Eight of Swords here, which says that you have felt restricted in the past, but the Judgment card here, which is a card of rebirth, tells me that you're not going to feel that way. Even if you still feel that way now, you're not going to feel that way for long. And what you're looking for is going to be coming very soon, because I have the Eight of Rods, and that is about something that's in motion and it's headed your way now. So overall, it's telling me that you may end up in the orbit of a very powerful person. And it's just a warning here, the Devil card, not to lose yourself in all that. It's not something about selling your soul to the devil. It's not, that's not what this is about. It's just, it's a warning, though, not to be overly hypnotized by a person, if you know what I mean. But you can,
I know exactly what that means.
Good, because there's a lot of smooth talkers out there, and that's what we're getting at. But you're going to I see that this card has been coming up a lot lately in the readings that I do. It's the Ten of Cups, and that's about perfected happiness and joy and a happy home and all kinds of things. So things are looking very good for you. It's just not started yet, but it will soon. Okay? Is there anything else you want to look at?
No, that's good.
Okay, that looks pretty good to me, especially the optimistic stuff and the happy ending there. So don't.
It's a big change from readings before.
Pardon?
It's a big change from readings I've had before.
Well, yeah, because things grow, and it's worth doing. We kind of frown on asking the same question over and over again. But if time goes by, of course you're going to want to look at. It's like looking out the window as you drive. A little later, you want to see what's there now. And here's one more card I got for you, which is very good, which is the Sun, which is about health and healing and growth and happiness. I think according to these cards, you're going to be doing just fine. Okay, and it's in the works now. Now, I know that card about feeling restricted can be difficult, because you had the Two of Coins and the Three of Rods, which this is about trying to get something going and get it moving and get it working and waiting for results. And that can be difficult. But you just keep in mind that the ultimate here, the ending is happiness and healing and health and growth and all of that. That's all that good stuff. So the difficulties that you're facing on your journey are going to wash away, and you're going to be getting what it is you want.
Thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling.
Yep. Have a good night.
Thank you. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up. You see, this is a good reading. It's like as a kid on Christmas Eve is how I would describe that reading. It shows that there's things coming, that something's happening, and it's going to be good. If something's happening and it's going to be bad, I would definitely tell you anyway. For all of you people who are horror movie aficionados, where somebody cuts the cards and then they all die, that doesn't happen. Usually, and I'll tell you why, I have a theory about this. Usually, readings turn out very well for people. They almost never are bleak. And I think that's because you're asking a question. And the people who, you can't solve a problem or understand a situation if you don't acknowledge it. And in order to ask somebody about a situation, you have to acknowledge it. And that's the first step towards working something out. And that's why so many of these readings are so boringly positive and happy. What would I do? I mean, there's only one time, I've been doing this for this is my 13th year doing this on Ask on Radio. And before that, I was reading cards anyway. And in all that time, I only once on an Ask One radio show saw something I didn't want to discuss with the person on the radio here. It was too deeply personal what I saw. So I asked the person to contact me off the air, and we'll do it privately, no charge, because that was my choice. But I assured her not to be alarmed. It wasn't anything hideous. It's just something that I didn't think she'd want to share with the audience. I'm not going to give you any hint as to what it was. But yes, she did appreciate that. Well, we're all shuffled up again. Cameron in Sydney, New South Wales is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello, Reverend Elliot. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight? Or today? Oh, yeah,
yeah, well, thank you.
It's the afternoon where you are, I guess.
It sure is.
Well, we're coming up to midnight here in the city of New York. So what can I look at for you there in the future?
I'd like to know just what you see in the future in regards to my development with my current mediumship.
Okay. Well, the first card I have is justice. Then whenever I get that, I ask, are you involved in any legal proceedings?
No.
Okay, because it's not always, but sometimes that does mean that. It's also in a broader sense getting what you deserve.
Okay.
Which can be good or bad, but the cards seem positive to me here. This is very similar to the reading I had before with somebody, which is acceptance. I have the Two of Coins and the Two of Rods. The person who was just before you had the Two of Coins and the Three of Rods, but they're almost identical. That there's something you're working on and it's coming to fruition, but you need to wait. It's about work and it's about money. But you're going to have are you looking for work right now?
Not at the moment, I'm not.
Because according to this, there's going to be work coming your way. And it'll be like a temporary not a temporary job so much as a specific project. So it could be new or it could be in the work that you do now. But you will do this assignment and you will succeed at it. You will be rewarded for it and it will lead to other things. And then that's followed by the King of Coins. I've got 3 coin cards here. So there's money in this enterprise or whatever it is that you're waiting to have happen. And it's going to be good for you financially, is what I see.
Okay.
You're an intuitive person. I have the Moon card here, which is a card of unconscious thoughts and dreams. And I see that it's what's happening under the surface in your mind that helps you get to where you want to be. Well, the Ace of Swords is here, and that's very good. The Ace of Swords is about new ideas and new ways of thinking and new ways of doing things. So you're trying to get something going kind of entrepreneurially, I guess, and it looks like it'll be very successful, especially because first you'll know that this is coming to pass because you're going to be getting a job that is, I don't want to say it's a temporary job, but it's a definite assignment with a goal, and you're going to achieve that goal, and you're going to do it so well that you'll be rewarded for it amply. And one more card is the Six of Swords, which means you're getting from where you are to where you want to be. You're doing that, and you're going to get where you want to be. Because the image on this is a person propelling a boat from rough water to calm water. So that's good. And then I have the Ten of Swords followed by the Four of Rods. Now that's important. The Ten of Swords means that troubles, hard times, that's over. You're entering a better period where the troubles are finished. And the Four of Rods is a sign of happiness. So you're working at this. You're using your own mental abilities. That's the important part. And you're getting what you want. You see what you want. You know how to get it, and you're going to get it. And it'll be a just thing. You deserve it. It's what the cards are showing. Okay? That's brilliant. It's kind of that's exciting.
Thank you, Reverend Elliot. That all definitely resonates with me with what's going on for me. So it's a great
Beautiful.
reading. Thank you so much.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling.
Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle them up again. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the rather pompous name for the program where a loudmouth shuffles the cards and just gibbers on and talks and talks and talks. But that was a great reading. I mean, see, these are rough times economically. I mean, when a taxi ride in New York City costs $30, it's tough times. But tough times bring out the resourcefulness in people. Either you give up or you excel. You know, it's almost like you can't really tread water. You know, you got to sink or swim. You know, to coin a cliche, right? But these kind of times bring out a lot in people. You see, this is what I've found in these last few readings. And this has been happening in private readings also, which is people are finding resources within themselves that they didn't know they had. They suspected they might have it, but they didn't really know. And now they know because they've needed to make these things happen. This is the kind of thing that happened with so many people who start a new business and hopefully know what they're doing. You know, there's a statistic that says like 90% of new businesses fail. That's utter rubbish. Actually, it's that of the businesses that fail, like 90% of them will fail in the first year. But that's not the same as 90% will fail. I mean, you know, let's face it, if that were true, you wouldn't know anybody running businesses in your area. So don't let that disrupt you. And starting a business is nice and challenging, but you got to work it out on paper. I'm a firm believer in that, which is kind of odd because when I started as a writer, when I started as a writer, there was another writer was astonished that I don't make an outline. I just go along and do it. And she couldn't believe that I didn't use an outline, you know, and I didn't. Well, that was a bone of contention, and this person didn't like that and then stopped speaking to me. Now, do you see how people are? But that's how I work. Now, that's with writing. Other than that, in other things in life, I draw up business plans, and that is like an outline. I'm very methodical. I'm Capricorn, right? I'm quite methodical. This is why when I showed up at the improvisation, the almost now legendary comedy club in New York City, when I showed up in 1979 there, the owner, she said to me, "You're a Capricorn, aren't you?" And I said, "Yes." How do you know? I said, "Because you're in this, and I can tell you're in this for the long haul. You're going to do this until you get what you want." And I was working out of that place for 10 years. I didn't become a household name as a performer, but people in the business knew who I was, and I did get work as a writer, which astonished a lot of people who knew me there. And they said, "I thought we didn't think you took this very seriously." Of course, the response to that was, I was here for 10 years. How could I not take it seriously? It's just because I made it look easy and made it look like I was having fun, you know. Now, the moral is just apply yourself and know what your goal is. Write it down, do it in stages, get a business plan going, and you can do anything. It's Archimedes was the one who said, "If you give me a lever long enough and I'll move the world." I believe that, which is, you know, it's kind of odd because I was an intuitive writer. I still to this day don't know how to read a play. I've written plays, I've written screenplays, I've written stage plays, I've been a play doctor. I came in and helped other people write them as a dramaturge. But I can't read a play really and get it. You know, I just can't. Some people can do it, I can't. To me, it's just it's a lot of lines of dialogue. It's an absolute failing on my part. Which, of course, is why when I was doing screenwriting, I wasn't doing it alone. I had a strong producer. Trust me, a pain in the neck is what he was. So I had guidance, but always look for that guidance. And if you can find somebody who can be a mentor, go for it. Hey, we're getting into real mundane stuff here, but you see, I believe that you shouldn't be doing spiritual, magical work until you take care of the mundane stuff. And that's why, for instance, for the last couple of years, as I mentioned in the show last week, I haven't been doing much in the way of magical studies because, as you all know, in your life too, the last few years have been a matter of intense practicality. We had a lot of troubles thrown at us. And hey, folks, we're still here. So give yourself a round of applause for still being here. Right here, let's give that here. There you go. Because these last few years have been abysmal in many ways. But that's, like I said, tough times bring out resourcefulness. Let's get back to the readings. We've hit the halfway mark. Let's go to Kelly in Cape Coral, Florida. Hi, Kelly. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good.
Well, let's see if we can make that better, okay? What can I look at for you?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. What can I...
So I've been seeing a lot of signs from the universe, like sequential numbers and other things. And I just know that the universe is trying to reach out and talk to me, and I don't know what it's trying to tell me.
Well, there you go with that's meditation is a good thing for, to meditate on what's happening and see what you feel. Because, yes, one of the things to keep in mind, though, is not to separate yourself from the universe or universe. Who was it? Was it not Robert Anton Wilson? I don't remember who it was. Never referred to the universe, but you referred to universe.
Okay,
probably. I think it was Buckminster Fuller, who was operating on a different wavelength from almost any human being who ever lived, But see, this is one of the things that kills me about environmentalists. A lot of them act as though they're separate from the environment and that they are going to do something to the environment that they think is good for the environment. They don't realize that they are the environment. And when you feel that, then a lot opens up. And meditation can do that. You can find some interesting. What is it that you want to see? Where do you sense this is going?
Well, so there might be a job opportunity coming. I'm not really happy with the current job I'm in, and I have an interview next week for a new job. And I just want to make sure I'm going in the right direction. And I don't know if I should stay at my old job or...
Let me just stop you right there, because as soon as you started telling me this, I started pulling some cards out. And the cards I got were rods. And rods are about work and career. So the cards are with you. The first one is the Five of Rods, and that's about stiff competition. And, of course, whenever I see that, to me, it means that somebody is out in the market looking for another job.
Okay.
The next card is the Four of Rods, and that's about happiness and fulfillment and enjoyment. And that's followed by the Ace of Cups. So it's telling me that what you're looking for in terms of work and what you're going to find is something that's more emotionally rewarding that's more important to you than simply merely money. How's that? Is that the kind of person you are?
Yes, that definitely makes sense.
Yeah, because that's you'll do that. You're going to find that. I have the Nine of Coins here that tells me that you're a person who is comfortable in her own being, that you're at peace with yourself. A lot of people misinterpret that as a card of loneliness, but it's a card of being okay with being solitary. That's not the same as that. It's not the same as loneliness. Is that you're not one of the people who must have other people around all the time.
Exactly.
And again, there's the Ten of Cups. This is just another one of these dull, happy, extremely happy readings. So what I'm seeing here, and there's money. Good money. Okay, what I'm seeing here is the Ace of Coins and the Page of Coins and the two of coins, and there's the page of cups. You see, so there is going to be, while primarily you're concerned with a job that gives you emotional well-being, you will be well paid. That's what I'm saying, and more power to you, because being well paid today is almost like minimum wage. You have to have a lot of money to even just get by.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, it blows my mind to think about so many years ago that I was able to live and support somebody and live with somebody for like $12,000 a year. It's in Manhattan. It's shocking, but this this has money and emotional well-being all over it.
Beautiful.
But the competition is stiff. But you'll come through with it. I want to shuffle them one more time and see if there's any indication about what getting what you're looking for. Yeah, this is the King of Rods. You're going to get the job. The King of Rods and the Queen of Cups. Boy, that sums it up perfectly. The King of Rods is mastery over the business world, and the Queen of Cups is mastery over the emotions. And so you have the masculine and feminine combining, and you have the heart and the mind in sync with each other. It's going to be really good.
Okay.
Naturally, there's going to be stiff competition for something like that, but you can make that happen at anything. I have a feeling that that's what you'll make out of the job. You see, people think I'm going to get a job and it's going to do this for me, but you got to make it do that, and I think you intuitively, that. The Judgment card is here, so this is telling me that it's almost going to be like a rebirth for you. You're entering a very good time. Very good.
Nice.
So keep me posted. I'd love to hear how it goes.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Good luck, and I'll light a candle, send a white candle to send positive energy your way to help boost it along.
Thank you.
But it looks like you're doing fine. Okay?
All right. Thank you so much.
Thanks for calling. Bye-bye.
You're welcome.
Again, for dramatic purposes, it might be good to read a whole bunch of passages. But you see, there's so many good things that I'm reading. Now, in 2019, at the end of 2019, I was getting all these cards telling me that people were going to be starting something new in life. And I had no idea why that was coming. That was coming up in almost every reading I did. And then, of course, the pandemic happened, and so many people had to reevaluate what they did and where they did it and how they did it and why they did it and with whom they did it. I got to use the right who or whom. One goes with a preposition, right? The card showed me that. And, of course, that doesn't mean I understood that's what it was. I just remember, you can look at the archives. There's like 300. This is show number 383 or 382. That's a lot of shows. And you can hear the shows from the end of 2019 and see that I'm getting all these aces, which are beginnings for people. And, whoa, boy, did we ever get hit hard, huh? Well, that's past, and things are sprouting, things are growing. Economically, it's tough times now, but it's fertile soil. Joanna in Indianapolis is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you doing?
Hi, you're breaking up a little bit. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, no. Yeah, I can hear you fine.
I'm not quite making you out. It's,
Oh, no. Let me try to get better signal.
Oh, it's all broke. Yeah, it's something happening here at my end here, but I can't make out what. It sounds like if anybody ever heard single sideband radio. That's
oh, no. Dang.
Let me see. How's that?
I can hear you fine. Can you hear me?
See, I can't make out anything that you're saying. Oh, brother.
Will you do a reading on money and work and...
Well, that's a little better. Go ahead. I can hear you better now.
Cool. I was looking for a reading on money, work, love, all of it, all of the
Wow,
above.
I hear you. Wonderful. That's great. Millions of dollars worth of technology, and it comes down to, what did you just say? Okay, let's see what we have here. Money and work. I'm getting cards about that, in fact. I had this card earlier. It's the three of coins. That's a person who is doing a job, a specific assignment, either a new job or a temporary job or an assignment within your job, and doing it and completing it and getting it done and being very successful at it and being recognized, and it leads to more work and money. I have the six of coins. That's about getting money. Lots of money and good money. It's a card of philanthropy sometimes. And then after that, I have the 10 of cups, which is a happy home. That's the third time today I've gotten that. I see good results coming in your life from work and from money, with money.
Very good.
Here's the sun, which is health and healing and growth and happiness. Are you looking for new work?
Yes, I am. I have an interview tomorrow.
Oh, beautiful, because I have the ace of rods here, and aces are beginnings, and rods are career and work. So that's let's see what we get underneath that.
Yay.
It's looking good. I've got positive cards here. I got the 9 of rods. It's an interesting card. 9 of rods is a person who's been around the block, and you know what you want, you know what you're doing, you know what you have to do, and you've taken a few hits, but you're still here and you're much experienced. So I think you'll be doing fine. But it's good to know about the job interview, because the ace of rods is about getting a new job.
Love it. Thank you.
Let's see if there's anything else here. Yeah, this is the 8 of cups. It shows me that you're moving from things in your life that aren't working for you very well to what works for you. So that's good. You're making positive changes in your life, and it's going to be good for you.
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
All right. Well, thank you.
My pleasure. Thanks for calling.
Yeah, have a good night.
Thank you. Happy New Year, too, by the way.
Yeah, Happy New Year.
I keep forgetting. It's only February. The thing about February, folks, is that my father's birthday is this month, because he was born on February 29th. And so he'll be 100 and something years old now, but he's only had a birthday every 4 years.
See, I was born January 1st, so I celebrated the New Year with everyone and my birthday.
I'm a few days after you. I'm January 5th.
Fellow Capricorn.
Yeah, and that's the Feast of Fools, which is perfect for me, I'm told.
Me too.
In those days, I'm old enough that in those days, if I had been born on January 4th, I would have been tax deductible for the previous year. But I showed up on January 5th, and I always wondered if my parents held that against me. I don't know. That's a little paranoid, right?
I think it's funny.
Well, anyway, Happy New Year, and it's great talking to you, and you're headed for some interesting stuff, and I will light a white candle to get positive energy to you for the interview tomorrow. How's that?
Very good. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Well, that's what I'm here for. Bye-bye now. And let's shuffle it up. We have Fatima, or is it Fatima in Winnipeg?
Yes, it's Fatima.
Fatima, hi. How are you tonight?
Good.
Great. What can I look at for you? We have a few minutes left.
Whatever you feel would be beneficial for me to know at this time.
Okay, let's see what they show. I have 2 cards here which are interesting together. One is the 10 of rods, which is about a person who sometimes feels overburdened, takes on more work than possibly she can handle. Does that happen with you?
More work.
I mean, that you feel like you're taking on too much. I'll tell you why I ask, because the next card is the Hanged Man, which I rarely get. which indicates to me that you sacrifice for other people. You do more for other people than a lot of people do. Is that correct?
I think so.
Okay, but that's not a good or bad thing. It's just the way it is. But the Eight of Cups is telling me that you don't particularly want to keep doing that, because that's the card of somebody moving away from things that are moving. Let's say, forget about moving away, but moving towards better things. So,
yeah,
I see that. I have the feeling that you feel that you're changing. I don't want to say that you go out of your way and neglect yourself, but there's a component here where you're very caring about other people. And of course, I believe that if you don't take care of yourself first, it's not being selfish. You can't take care of other people unless you take care of yourself first. But you're moving to a space where you're getting to be more comfortable. This is the 9 of coins, where you're getting to be more comfortable by yourself and of yourself, in your own skin. I had this card earlier, which it's not a card. A lot of people think it's a card of loneliness, but it's not. It's about a person who can be comfortable with who she is as herself. And I think you're learning. You're discovering yourself after a long time in your life of helping other people and dealing with other people's problems and being loved for it and helping people. But I just think you want something different for yourself for a while.
Yeah.
Now, here's another card I don't get very often, which is the Fool. And that doesn't mean you're a fool. That's a card that means that's a card that if there was anything negative in the reading, that card would wipe it out. According to the Romani people, see, I'm learning not to say gypsies. The card of the Fool is the beloved of God. So that's a very, very positive card, and you're a giving and caring person. Here's the Page of Cups, which means that emotion and the things in the heart and feelings are very important to you. The Strength card is here. When you've had to be strong, you've been strong. You just want to move away from that, though. Like I said, you're growing more. You want to be more independent, is what I see. Do you get that feeling?
Yeah.
Well, I see that you're going to make it.
Good.
These are very good cards. This card again. How many times am I going to get this card today? It's the Four of Rods. That's again great happiness, happy home, happiness. Things are. Yeah. You're on a path of. You're changing. Let me put it that way. One of the weird things about changing is we know we're changing when we start losing our friends, because they don't. Yeah. They don't. What happened to you, right? Well, you're not the same. Well, of course you're not. You're growing. You're changing. I don't see anything that shows that people have been taking advantage of you. But you now would like to maybe put yourself ahead of other people for a while and see how that works. And you're going to do all right. I see you're going to do just fine. All the cards are here of the Page of Cups, the Queen of Cups. These are very good in terms of emotional growth and well-being. So I see you doing just fine. Okay?
Awesome.
It's let me just take one more, because it's interesting when people go on a I hate to say journey, but yeah, it is a journey. I mean, that's so overused. I'm on my weight loss journey. I'm on my hair loss journey. The thing is that you're on a journey. You are, and I just want to see how that's going to work for you. Well, there's a new career is going to open up for you. That's the Ace of Rods. You're going to, and there it is again, the Sun. Healing, health, growth, happiness. You're on a good path, and you're going to change the nature of the work you do, and it's going to be very good. Okay? You're going to have a really good year. You're going to have a good 2024. How's that?
Sounds good to me.
Beautiful. Thanks for calling. I got to run. I'm out of time. I've got just enough time to say goodbye to everybody. So thanks for calling.
Thank you.
Bye-bye now. And hey, that's it. We've come to the end of the line of another Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, and we will get back together next week. Yes, we will, if you can believe it. I've now done 2 shows in a row. Let's alert the press, right? I ought to be sending out press releases. That would be fun. I used to send out press releases all the time, and it was very funny to hear news people on television extemporaneously chatting with each other and saying the things I wrote. And that taught me a lot. Everything you see on television is pre-scripted. Even the ad-libbing is written. These guys all have their own writers. They go with the flow of the news writers, but they will always have somebody who they get things from personally to enhance themselves. And I used to send press releases out to things like that to local TV news people, just because it was fun, and why not, right? So we'll be back next week at the same time, 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific, to look through the magical window of the tarot. Until then, my website is magic-works.com, magic-works.com. And you can also, there's another website, mojoacademy.org, one word, mojoacademy.org, where you will see marvelous books, books there, audio, video, all kinds of stuff. But there is a book there that will change your life. There's marvelous stuff there. And I'm mailing out books all the time. And it's one of my favorite things to do. So I will be back with you again next Wednesday. And until then, remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift to the universe. Bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Universal Mechanic with Simon Stone. Simon Stone. Live from the universalmechanic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Universal Mechanic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, wherever you may be in the world. Welcome to the show, The Universal Mechanic. I'm Simon Stone. I have my own website, universalmechanic.com. It's at the bottom of the show. Check me out, send me a message. But I'd like to get straight into it again, as I always like to do, and just talk about what's been happening, personal experiences, what's going on with energies and how to deal with them. And there's definitely been energy shifts, guys. The energy shift is crescendoing, it's building up, up, up. We've been going through a lot of releasing and letting go. We've had karmic things towards the end of the last year. Some things, including on the personal experience, quite painful but valuable lessons. Coming out the other side, seeing the path, seeing what you need to do, and making those adjustments, guys. Making those adjustments, and we can all feel that things are changing. We can all feel, something just fallen off the wall there, thanks Spirit. Things are happening, things are changing, and like I said, we're crescendoing up. We've got the new moon coming on the 9th, and then on the 10th we got the Chinese New Year, the year of the dragon, the wood dragon. You know, there's a lot of powerful manifestations, energies that are building, and let's create that sort of energy. Start believing in it. So using the dragons as an example, you know, a very lucky animal, you know, determined, that gives you lots of protection, love, can catapult you forward. So feel lucky, feel like the change, feel the energy coming in into your own aura, into your own energies, and you start believing in your life and what it is you have to do. You just know what it is you have to do, and you just get on with it, and you feel light and love and give everything. And another thing we learn to remove and worry, the worry about what other people are going to say or do or how they think, and we have no responsibility for that. The only responsibility we can have is to ourselves and become the best version of ourselves. We may also rumble and stumble and make mistakes and, you know, and cross people's lines and create things and red flags, but then that's when you trigger yourself and you go away, you learn about yourself, you grow in yourself, and you find that level of peace, you find that level of energy of peace. You suddenly let go of things, and you finally understand where you're going with things, and you have a sense of understanding and a sense of peace. You may still have hurdles to get over, you may still have a journey to take, but suddenly that journey becomes easier because you become strong in yourself and where you're going with it. So I don't know where that came from today, so if it resonates with you, please take it with you, but understand it's you that creates the world around you, it's you that creates the life that you lead. However, I've got Sharon on the line from Washington State. Are you there, Sharon?
Hello.
How are you doing?
Good.
Are you a spiritual lady? Do you enjoy it as a hobby, or is it something you actually practice in?
I'm very spiritual, and I'm trying to work up my psychic abilities.
I understand.
I have a lot of creative hobbies.
Would you understand, Sharon, as you're talking there and I'm reading your energy, I do feel a level of frustration within you. Like, it feels like your life isn't going forward either how you like or as fast as you would like. But it's almost like, it's like you having a question to spirit that you can't seem to understand, or a question about life in general or something. But I feel that there's a barrier in there, and then there's a question that's sort of deeply affecting you, if that makes sense, you know, on a spiritual and emotional level. Would that make sense to you?
Yes. Yes, it makes sense.
And it's almost like you've not come to a standstill, but it's almost like you feel that you're going to struggle to move forward until you get the answer to this.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? And it does. I feel like you've been rocked to the core, if that makes sense, almost down to your fundamental values. And it's almost brought on a sense of energy where you're questioning yourself and you're not understanding why. It's almost like you're saying to yourself, I've dealt with this before. Why am I having to deal with it again? I don't understand. Does that make sense to you?
Oh, yes.
Okay. I'll be honest with you, it's definitely a male that I'm linking to, a male energy. Hang on a second. I do feel that towards the end, that he had a lot of sickness and feeling quite nauseous towards the end, because I've just got a wave of nausea come over me. So I don't know if that's your energy, but I do feel like it's his. I do feel that there was a distance between you and him, even though I do feel that there's a father or at least a paternal grandfather sort of energy connected to you with him. But I do feel that there was a distance between you and him. And I don't necessarily mean geographical, but I feel spiritual, mentally and emotionally, you didn't always connect. There was a little bit of distance between you. But he's coming forward because he's trying to say that there's something what's happening to you where it's taking you down to the core, it's rocked you down to the core. It's almost like some fundamental programming in you in life in your early years is what needs to be repaired and fixed. Hence why something is creating you to question, so much, and it's rocked you so deeply, because there's something quite fundamental that wasn't quite right that I feel he's taking responsibility for. And in spirit, he's trying to say it's almost like he feels responsible for this and he wants to be here to try and repair it. But I feel also at the same time, on an upward note, he's saying it's almost like the worst is over. The worst of what has to happen and what needed to happen is over. And it's almost like from this weekend forward, things are going to start to look up, or you're going to feel that it's going to be hard to put into words, but you're going to feel that you suddenly understand what it was all about and why, and you've had your question answered, and you understand things and you see things in a slightly different way. And as each day goes by, you'll feel stronger and stronger, happier and happier, more confident in what this dilemma is. I hope that helps, Sharon. Does that make sense?
Oh, yes. My dad died during COVID, and we weren't on speaking terms.
Okay. Well, he feels, I'm going to be honest with you, as you said that, he instantly made me feel that he wants to take ownership of that. He's saying, he said, I'm just going to give you the exact words he's given me. He's saying, I'm so sorry, baby. And he's making me cough now. So, yeah, I get that. I know it's him with the COVID and all that. He said, I'm so sorry, baby. He said, I was wrong because, he said, I'm not making an excuse. I was wrong because of what happened to him when I was a child. Okay?
Yeah, it makes sense.
And it goes back to what I was saying about programming and things that happen and things that, our parents or our loved ones do to us as children, even unintentionally. They can create a behavior, they can create a fear, they can create a programming that in that moment that may be fine, but later on, years down our line, that programming, that behavior no longer serves us. And it's very difficult to remove that behavior or to recognize it, especially when it can be something that was put into us at such an early age. And I feel this is why something that's happened to you has rocked you to the core. This is because it goes so far back. Does that make sense?
Yes. There was a lot of sexual abuse.
Okay, I understand that.
Different family members.
I understand that, darling. Please I'm not asking you to relive it. Please, you understand what I'm talking about. I feel that you're been going through a very deep and painful healing period of time. You've been questioning so much. And you've also they've just shown me that you've been releasing so much as well, and you can actually feel that. But they're also showing me you're questioning, are you doing the right thing? Is it working? Are you going the right way? And they want to come through emphatically and say, everything you're doing is what you should be doing. Does that make sense?
That's great. Yes.
Okay, I don't want to say too many details because obviously this is public, but you understand exactly what I'm talking about, don't you, when I say that?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right, and he's also saying, or I'm also being told, Tusako, I've got a lady now pushing in. It's like she's very strong, and it's like very bounce, very energetic energy, very strong, and don't take no nonsense, and laughing and joking. And she's jumping in and saying, you need to remove the feelings of, you feel like you're, how can I be? It's a number of things. It's almost like you feel selfish, you feel not worthy, and you don't feel deserving of the healing that you're receiving at the moment. And the reason why I asked you at the beginning of the call, were you a spiritual person? Did you practice in it, or blah, blah, blah? It's because you now are going to understand what I'm saying. You've had a lot of feeling and sentient feeling of spirit around you, especially in the last week or at least the last month. And you're questioning, is this really happening to me? Because you've been getting feelings of really quite positive, uplifting feelings, but you, as who you are as a person and how you've been, have been pushing it out and dismissing it because you've been feeling, that can't be for me, that I don't deserve that. And Spirit is saying, yes, you do deserve that. And yes, we will continue to keep doing that to you until you realize and accept that it's just our love for you and we're trying to lift you and heal you.
Oh, good. That's great.
So they want you to have that self-confidence that you're doing the right thing, darling. Whatever it is you're doing specifically, and again, I don't want to talk about it on public radio, but whatever it is you're doing specifically, you're doing the right thing. I'm also being told, are you considering about doing a trip away?
Yeah, I love to travel, yes.
Why do I see you doing a trip away, but I see you going up to the mountains? I don't know if it's the Rockies or anywhere else, but I see you up in mountains and I see snow and I see pine trees, but I see that. Can you understand why I'm seeing that?
Oh, I live by snow and pine trees and like a little mountain. I live by there.
Okay. Do you... I don't know if this is just my own brain, to be perfectly fair to you, but I keep seeing someone skiing or walking out in the snow out into the wilderness or whatever, but it's almost as a way of connecting oneself and connecting to nature and Mother Nature and all of that kind of thing, and it does that person the power of good. So I don't know if you can relate to that as well.
Oh, yes. Me and my husband love to travel. And we're always thinking about what could be our next trip, but we love nature as well.
I definitely get that, and I feel that is what helps heal you as well, because I'm seeing, Mother Nature as a green goddess and all that, and she's around you, and I feel that you get a lot of energy directly up from the earth, directly from Mother Nature. That's why you can connect to nature and you can understand how it feels and so on and so forth.
Oh, I grow baby trees and I talk to them.
There you go. You connect to nature. You've got an amazing soul. You've got an amazing energy and an amazing nature. So trust in that. Trust in who you are and what you feel and what you do, because that's what you're meant to be.
Oh, nice. Yes.
Does that make sense to you?
Yes. I haven't been tending to my trees because it's been snowing.
Wow. Lovely. Well, this is what I'm saying. Once you truly believe in who you are and what you should be doing and what you're here for, and there's a confidence that comes with that, even when other people tell you otherwise, you just know inwardly, no, this is who I am. And I'm the best who I am when I'm being me. And it's almost like you're having that revelation finally in your life. You're understanding who you are, and that's building a confidence in you. And in that, you're seeing the results in what you do. So when you talk to the trees and you connect with nature and you grow things, they grow, rich and green and luscious and proud, because you're connecting to them and giving them love. And that's who you are, whether that's nature, trees, animals, or even your fellow human. You have an amazing way of connecting. So understand that's why you feel, that's why you have these feelings, that's why you sometimes have knotted stomachs and, throats that feel like there's butterflies in them or heavy weights on your chest, because you feel energy. You can connect to things.
Oh, yeah, good. Yes, I do.
So just believe in yourself, Sharon. Trust that you have that connection to spirit. And it's not just about spirit and our past loved ones, but it's about the energy of the universe and how every living thing is all connected in some way. Have that belief, have that trust, and you will find you have access to so much knowledge, power, healing, love. It's an amazing thing to do.
Okay, thank you.
You're more than welcome, Sharon, and you take care. Right, I've got Erica in Manhattan, New York. Are you there, Erica?
Hi, yes, I am.
Wow, love that. What a ball of energy you come in with. Hey, is that the New York energy, Erica?
No, that's a me energy.
That's you energy, is it? I'm going to be honest with you, straight away as you're talking about, I just get in my head, so I don't know how you can relate. I'm just going to give you what I get. I get like a fiery redhead, a warrior princess type energy and all that, but in a lovely way, And it's like you really do.
So
you stand there in your own energy.
I do have red hair.
There you go, but you stand there in your own energy, you stand there in your own fire, and not in a bad way and not in a horrible way. You've got a real zest for life. You want to get out there. You don't see an obstacle as an obstacle. You just see it as a challenge to help you grow and move forward with life and everything else. So you've got all this energy within you and everything else. But instantly, as I'm talking, I've gone straight to my throat. So there's definitely an emotion around you and in you at the moment, and that's sort of knocking you slightly off your energy sort of equilibrium, as it were. You feel just slightly off balance with that, but you keep jumping into this fire side of you where you know who you are, and something keeps knocking you out of it. Would that make sense to you at the moment?
Absolutely.
First of all, I'm just getting the word straight away, Erica. I'm getting where's your strength in you, girl? There's a man here who was really a type of man that was more about geeing you up and supporting you and building you up. And instantly, I'm just getting this real sort of strong masculine voice just saying, come on, girl, where's the strength in you?
Yes. This is very new to me.
And you know exactly what he's talking about, don't you?
Yes, I do. I just recently started coming into my power. I struggled with a lot of addictions and PTSD and stuff. So sometimes
that's the fire in you, darling. That's the fire in you, Erica. I totally understand where you're getting, where you come from on that. And for years, that fire, that energy was so powerful, so strong. It spiked. It took you from one extreme to the other, from one end of the spectrum to the other. And then, like you say, you suddenly come up to power, and you're learning how, or you're being forced to learn how to control it more than anything. And now suddenly you're realizing, hang on, I've got all this energy, I've got all this power, I've got all this strength. If I can control it, imagine what I can do if I point it in whatever direction I want to point it.
Right.
But also, Put that to one side. The main part of this message, I've got to say, is this emotion part. And they're saying, come on, wear your strength. I know what a male energy is, what's knocked you off your center, if that makes sense, right? And the energy.
Yeah,
and I feel a sense of frustration from you because you're saying to yourself, how could I have let this happen?
Yes.
Yeah, and I can tell you exactly how it happened and why you let it happen. It's because you took your barriers down.
It's because I what?
You took your barriers down.
Oh, yeah.
Now, there's an add-on to that. Taking your barriers down wasn't the wrong thing to do.
Right.
You did not do anything wrong by taking your barriers down.
Mm-hmm.
You was being honest and true, and you took a leap of faith.
Mm-hmm.
That takes strength, that takes guts, that takes courage. However, okay, it may not have gone how you wanted, but you know what you've learned from that, yes?
Right.
As hard and painful as it is to admit to yourself, you know what you've had to learn from this, yes?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't mean the negative side of it.
Right.
Right. Now, did you go backwards in your life recently?
Yeah, well, I had a relapse about 3.5 weeks ago.
Right.
Yeah. And I just have so many things to catch up with, and I'm anxious about my finances.
I understand that. I'm just going to say, before we go on to the material side of life, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually, what did that relapse teach you 3 weeks ago? That you allowed somebody else's energy. You allowed somebody else's energy to affect and control you, yes?
Right.
And you had that epiphany.
True.
You suddenly realized, hang on, no, I control me.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense to you?
It does.
Yeah? Right.
Yeah.
Now, going on to the materialistic things, right? Life and energy in the universe and spirit can bring you the money, can bring you everything that you needed. But you know yourself, if they had brought that to you a couple of months ago, that extra financial help and abundance would have been used in the wrong way.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. Now you've had epiphany that you've had the psyche change that you needed, and you've realized the lesson that you've learned. You can now move forward knowing that when money comes your way, you will spend it in the correct way.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yeah.
So actually see this as a victory.
Okay. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I know most probably don't feel like that to you because you're living it. It's directly personal to you. But we have to go through these emotional journeys, these emotional experiences to come out the other side to the point of, you know, when you know this, when you have that moment where you go, I get it now.
Yeah.
Does that make sense to you?
It does. It does. I'm just not sure. I just got back into dancing and performing, and I'm just not quite sure if I should be looking for work or if I should just trust in the right timing that I'll find something when I need to find it and that'll come to me. That's been my challenge.
Well, again, as a link to you, first of all, don't be so hard on yourself. I know it's easier said than done. You're trying to live your life and you need money to live. I get that. So yes, I'm being told to look for work, but look for work that fulfills you. Don't just take any job that comes along if you can help it. Spirit are aware that They are working to bring you something. I do feel the dance is something that you will be very, very good at again, because now you've got this spiritual connection back again, or you feel that you've got this connection. It will help you with your creativity, and you will express it through dance and things like that, and that will help with your spiritual development and who you are.
Yeah.
Now, going back to you and this absolute massive ball of energy that you are, the biggest thing that they're telling me now, and they're getting serious because I feel the energy becoming serious, and they actually want you to do this. They want you every morning. The first thing you do in the morning when you get up and you go to the bathroom and you look at yourself in the mirror, I want you to look at yourself square in the mirror, in the eye, and tell yourself 3 times that I love who I am. And say those words, I love who I am. And then last thing at night, go to the bathroom, before you go to bed, look at yourself in the mirror again and say 3 times, I love who I am, and do that every day for 7 days. Because the Spirit are also saying to me, they need you and they want you, and you need to do this to learn to love who you are and let go of who you was. You are not that person anymore. And you need to release the cocoon, become this caterpillar, release the cocoon and fly free as a butterfly. Circle or something anywhere near you, or something, or there's something online. You will learn how to read energy, how to separate what's yours and what's others, and it will help you calm you, help you learn how to calm your own energy.
Yes.
Okay,
yeah,
Eric.
That makes sense.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to cut this short. I always run out of time. I love talking to people. So please call in again or message me on my website or something, and I'll always answer any questions you've got, Erica. But please take care, look after yourself, and trust and believe in yourself.
Thank you.
You're more than welcome. You take care and always shine bright. And I'm just being told, always smile, because your smile brightens up every room that you enter.
Oh, thank you.
You take care.
I'm sorry, what was your website?
It's theuniversalmechanic.com, all one word.
Okay.
The Universal Mechanic.
Thank you.
You take care and look after yourself. And to everyone else that's watching tonight, once again, thank you ever so much for spending the time. I love you all. Be brave, make those manifestations, and have a massively good Chinese New Year. Take care.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny with Eleanor Gray. Live from GraceDestiny.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Eleanor Gray's Psychic Destiny on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello there, hi. It's Eleanor Grace and welcome to my Psychic Destiny show. Now on this show, I will be talking to some callers who will come through on the lines here, and we will be looking at Psychic Destiny for each one of you. So do get dialing, and welcome to really a little bit of clairvoyance, looking at some future predictions, looking into the crystal ball, and also into my cards. I'm a natural clairvoyant medium, and I've been doing this job a very long time. So let's get going. Let's see exactly what's happening with you guys today. Now, here's my crystal ball. I use this extensively in my readings. It's a very, very popular medium. I look into the center of the ball so that you can see exactly where we're going to. And sometimes when I point here to some of these little fractions here in the crystal, you can see the Christine, which is all about prosperity, and you can also see some of the inclusions as well. Excuse me, I've just had one of those terrible colds and coughs and things, splittering away. Let's see what's happening here. Lots of clouds, which I feel are there during February, but we've got hearts here, and this is also for Valentine's, and we want to be hearing from you for Valentine's readings. A little bit of love is in the air, and it's a very fortunate time to look ahead and to really get a grip with some of those laws of attractions. When you set your goal and you want to achieve something and you're really working hard to get there, well, one of the best things that you can do is perhaps have a psychic reading with some cosmic orders. And you can find those on my website, which is gracedestiny.com. You can have a reading with me personally. If you're in America, then you've got to figure out the time difference, because I'm in London in the UK. And you can pay by dollars or GDP, and you can get a reading as long as you book an appointment with me on my calendar. You see me on Facebook, see me on Instagram, follow me there, Eleanor Grace Psychic Evenings. So let's see where we're going to now with our first caller, who I think will be online very soon. And also, we're going to take a couple of cards, because that's what we're here for. We like to use the tarot, and I've got the Victorian tarot that's here again, one of my favourite decks of cards that I use. And this Victorian tarot just tells us about the history, really. Some lovely images here. And these are all about sort of the Queen Victorian times, and it really does reflect on the characters and the circumstances in your reading. So all I need to do is sort of take a couple of cards, see exactly where you are. And we've got Bobby here, who is coming through from Canada. Hello, Bobby, how are you? Nice to be speaking to you here today. Hello there, are you through to Eleanor Grace? Hi. Are you there then, Bobby? Okay, well, I'm going to take some cards anyway and carry on just showing you exactly how we use the tarot. So as we take a card, we can see that this is the strength card that we've taken here. The strength card is all about patience, opportunity is going to be there for you. And this perhaps is for you, Bobby, where you're perhaps needing to exert a lot of patience and you're perhaps, hello, Bobby, are you there?
Hi.
Hi, I've got you, Bobby. Okay. Do you know, Bobby, I was just taking you a card. I'm going to bring it now on screen. And this is the card of patience in my tarot deck. Now, the card of patience is strength and fortuity and being able to perhaps forgive a few people around you and just wait until you find your own inner peace, your own inner strength. So patience is a virtue, as they say. And Bobby, I feel that you have been patient for quite a long time.
Yeah.
Is that right? Is that how you've been feeling? You're sort of stuck in the mud and I want to get free and I want to be able to do everything that I want to do, have freedom of choice. And the image that I have around you is lots of birds, sort of flying free in the sky. Now, birds often take me to spirit as well. So you do have lights in spirit around you, those angelic forces that are really supporting you at the moment and lifting you up. Do you sense that around yourself, Bobby? Do you have that sort of feeling? Yeah. You do. I thought so.
I know it.
And okay. And does that come through in your dreams as well? Because I've got a lot of activity here. At nighttime, you're subconscious. You're very aligned to your own intuition as well. Have you noticed that?
Yeah. Oh, I know that. It depends on that.
Oh, great. Because that's where your strength is. And this is a card of strength. Now, okay, I've said to you, you've had to be patient, you've been stuck, you've been really sort of just digging in. And it's not been easy at all. I don't feel that that's been an easy position for you. However, there's a lightness that's coming in now, and you are going to find that this is an ease of passage as you're going through the rest of this month and March and April. So you're coming through to springtime, early summer. This is an ease of passage for you where you're going to find that suddenly it all slots into place. Suddenly you're not battling with the world anymore, and you will find that things come to you. Just taking another card now. Yeah, the Chariot. Good news is on its way to you. Now, Bobby, that's really important because I do feel that you're waiting for news. I feel that you're owed an apology as well. This is from a man. So I've got somebody who, really should be saying, look, I didn't mean that. I didn't want to say those things, didn't want to do those things, didn't want to behave in this way. And he finds it so hard. It's so hard for him to speak to you. Is that true? I mean, have you got this sort of separation between you and this one man here, Bobby?
Yes. Yep. Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know that
you're amazing.
I know that you're tearful because I can feel the tears behind your eyes, and I can feel that you just want to scream and you want to shout. I mean, I'm almost crying. I sort of feel, gosh, Bobby has so much emotion here, and it's not fair, is it? You haven't been able to release that, and I can feel that around you. I can feel that you should sort of shut yourself away somewhere and sort of punch the pillows and have a really good cry and a really good scream, but the tears won't come. They just won't come.
Yeah. I can imagine it though.
Yeah, I know you can, but they're not there, are they? You know, these, and it's a good thing because you've got pride, you've got integrity, you have self-esteem, a high self-esteem is what I'm getting from you. You're a lady and, you know, you behave like that and you deserve so much more. And that's what's happening now. We have a breakthrough, Bobby, and that's where you are taking your life in just a completely different direction. And if you could just see a little bit further forward, like I can here for you, that once you get to this sunshine, lots of sunshine, and break in convention around you, so you're stuck in some sort of rituals or habits or routine that you can't really break from right now, but you will do within a couple of months. There's new things happening as well. I've got new things for you. This is a card here. It's got the number 7 around it, and it's sort of 7 of directions. So good news is coming, and this is about taking a new direction. So this will involve work, and it will involve where you live, your home environment as well. And this breakthrough as to how you can suddenly make these changes and make them work very, very well for you. So if you're expecting to reach out to get, you know, a new job or a new level of appreciation, it's going to happen. It's coming to you. You've worked too hard. Do you teach people?
Yeah, I do teach people.
Yeah. So you're do you think that you're sort of a teacher of the world, that, you know, you teach everybody something? I mean, I suppose we all do to an extent, but you know, I do have that sort of trailblazer in you, a person that can take a lot of energy from other people and make things better for them. You're very special in that way, Bobby, and that's you to be celebrated. And I think that because past difficulties have perhaps been a lot larger than they should have been, you know, bigger in your life, had more impact in your life, this is now a time that you are going to be able to just sort of move forward and to have some rewards that are really being, you know, sort of presented to you in a way that you wouldn't have thought possible. So if you're expecting to make a move within your career or workplace, then good things are coming. New things are coming to you. Your role is exalted. You will be elevated as a person with your skills and your knowledge. But I feel that relationship is going to be better. I feel that you're in a new space. So are you hoping to meet somebody new here?
Somebody new? No.
You just want the apology. Sometimes
I want an apology.
You want the apology, yeah. Sometimes that is a new person that, you know, they are going to be fulfilling what you need from them. So think about this good news that's coming. Think about changing your role. Think about really improving on your intuition, on your own psychic senses, because they're powerful and strong. Angels are with you. Yeah. So if you feel as though you've needed some healing, that you haven't been well, you're going to be feeling uplifted. I feel that there's a man who is in spirit, who is with you, who stands by you and supports you. I don't necessarily feel that this is a father. It may be an uncle or a great uncle even, slightly removed, but it's an animal. Pardon?
A grandfather?
Yeah.
Okay, no.
Do you have an uncle that's passed over?
Oh, yeah, many.
You do? Okay.
Many.
They're there and
they're
gone. Holding you.
Yeah, they've all gone.
They've all gone. Well, they haven't gone completely because they're with you today. And it's you know, The uncle, that's what I want to give you, the uncle. So perhaps there are many of those. Yeah. And many spirits that do come around your grandfather, that you're being protected, being uplifted, and just make a note of your dreams, because there's a lot more coming into your subconscious that is a very relevant spiritual connection. Well, Bobby, it's been wonderful to speak to you today, and best of luck. And look at that move. Now, sometimes it's not necessarily a physical move. You can be changing your home environment for the better. But that strength, that patience that you've shown, that's now going to come to fruition. You will get your wish, and you will get that apology. Life is going to look much better. So thank you for calling in onto the show. And I think we've got Vanessa on the line from Delaware. Hello, Vanessa. Are you there?
Hello. Yes,
hello.
I am.
Hello. Welcome. It's Eleanor Grace that you're through to on Moonstruck TV and A1R Psychic Radio. How are you today, Vanessa? I feel that there's a lot of
good.
Oh, good. Yeah, because I feel that there's a lot of sunshine here in your voice, and that really quite an upbeat person. And I feel that there's a lot of upbeat events and circumstances crossing your path. So these are wishes that you would have made perhaps in November, early December. I feel that at that time there was some changes that happened to you in your life, and that you've got, perhaps then you would have had to have set down your intentions. You would have had to have decided, I'm not going to have this anymore. I'm going to change next year. Is that what happened? Is that what you did?
In November, I had a surgery that was done. That really set some things up here.
Did it not go well?
Oh, it went well. It went well, yeah.
Okay. So November is where I was drawn to, and early December. Okay, so that sort of 6-week period, a month around then. Whatever happened then has set the tone for 2024, for this coming year now. And what I feel is that everything is sparkling and really happy and really good for you, Vanessa, and that it seems to come easily, whereas the past hasn't been. I'm just going to take a card. Let's have a look here at the tarot. Let's see what you're being drawn to. Yeah. So you're taking a new path. This is a card which is showing that you've walked away. You've walked away from difficulty, walked away from upset, and walked away from some very challenging circumstances. And, having an operation is challenging, but I think it's more than that. I think it's about really wrestling with your conscience, wrestling with the opportunities that are being shown to you, and you just put this down there, and you taking a new course of action, which is really good. I think that you have tremendous inner power, tremendous inner strength, because you're rejuvenating your life. Are you going to study for something new here, Vanessa? I've got the sort of like learning, lots of learning around you, and you can be teaching yourself. It's not about formal education at all. This is about you improving yourself and wanting to be having a lot of skills that you can use in different directions. So there's an explosion of talent that you are going to experience, because you've got skills that you never really thought you had. Would you agree with that? Are you discovering more about yourself right now?
Yes, I am. I'm doing a lot of learning, a lot of things, and I do have a lot of skills. And
so the intuitive side of you is powerful, and you know that too. So you will be able to perhaps advise others, see into the future a little bit yourself, show those psychic senses yourself, improve your intuitive skills as well. That's very special. So you're going to be teaching yourself an awful lot, which I applaud you for, because if you can develop your own psychic senses, then that is something that is very special. You never, ever lose it. So let's just see what we have here. Because lovers, this is a wonderful card. And of course, we are just on, aren't we? Valentine's, but this is a card of the lovers, and it's mature. This is not silly early flush of love. This is two people who really are committed, love each other, a true heart, and this is the promise that is around you and the experience that you are going to have, Vanessa. So you will feel it. You're going to feel the love that is being given to you, and it's powerful and strong. Is that something that's happening right now?
Yes, it is. I think I've found somebody truly genuine and loving and caring. Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to give you the initial of S. I wanted to talk about Sam or Samantha quite a lot. Do you know that name? I just need to check that with you first.
No, I don't know any Sams or Samanthas.
Okay, I'm going to give you that then, because I think it's a girl. I think it's Samantha, and I think that she's about to enter your world. She's lovely, really lovely person. And I have to give you the name because it's coming from spirit. So I think that she's going to be involved here in your life, in your career path, and perhaps, being able to advise and teach you. This is what's coming into your crystal as well. But you've got the hearts here. There's hearts right in the center of your crystal ball. And this is the love, the true love that I have with the Lover's card. So if we combine the two, you will see that you've got the energy of those two elements, which is the tarot giving you the Lovers and the crystal ball bringing in the hearts. These are very powerful images, and it's for you, because the Lovers right now gives you that sense of truth and the opportunity to feel that strength of love in your life. And it's not going to leave. There's longevity here in this relationship. And you need to trust that, because sometimes I don't feel that you have done. And of course, that will be for natural reasons, because we are all skeptical about other people's intentions, and you have had some disappointments certainly in your life. So this is certainly not a thing that to be very trite about. This is about you really experiencing a very lovely relationship that knocks out any indifference or any powerful sort of negative memories that you may have of people who have not been sincere. Insincerity, I think, is very much a part of your past. Is that true there, Vanessa? Have you been very hurt?
Yes,
very
it is.
down before? Yeah. It's like that devastation is almost falling off a cliff to me. That's how it felt. And now, climbing up that mountain, aren't you? It seems to be very slow sometimes. Do you agree, though? Do you feel as though one step at a time and it's hard and, you're really taking things in your stride? And that's a good thing, Vanessa, I feel that there's a good close friend, and I feel that this is Sam, Sammy, Samantha, and you're going to call that person by her name. And you need that as well. It's not just about an interpersonal relationship, which is based on attraction and a mate, a partner. This is also about friendship, because I feel also that you've been let down within friendships, and that's not been an easy thing for you to understand or to really realize. Now, I've got from the angels here, take action. Do you find that you sort of sit back on your laurels a little bit, or, hesitant? Are you hesitant about making decisions or diving into life? Is that you? Is it, Vanessa, that you?
That is, yes.
Yeah. Well, I think perhaps there's a bit of all of that in us, that it is quite hard to dive in. But I do have this taking action as being a very important step for you. So I'm giving you that. I want you to sort of close your eyes almost and hold your nose and just dive. Because you're safe. I know. It's so hard to do. I mean, I would be worried about doing that. It's common. But you're trusting in the process. And I think you can afford to communicate clearly as well your feelings and sort of be demonstrative. Show your partner how much you feel and say what you think. If you do feel that you love him, then tell him that you love him. This is the week to do it. Tomorrow is perhaps the day to do that. And don't stop dreaming about the future and how that is going to be the perfect world that you really want. Because perfection is something that is elusive, I think, for all of us. It's hard. But with you, you've got the sunny smile, you've got the sunny opportunity, and you're bouncing forward now. You will get your wish, even though November was not good, and perhaps that has shaped and preformed some of your future opportunities from last year. But you will get your wish. Do you have a deep wish, do you? Let's make that wish now. Vanessa.
Okay. Yes.
You do, don't you? You do have a deep wish.
All right. Do. Well,
don't say it out loud because we're live on air, but just blow your wish into the crystal ball, and I'm going to do the same as we come to the end of the show. So this is Vanessa's wish. Big wish for the future. And let's blow into the crystal ball now. You do the same. There we are. That's gone out into the cosmos. A special wish and cosmic order for you. So lovely to speak to you, Vanessa. I've been Eleanor Grace, here with my crystal ball and cards on Moonstruck TV. And I will see you at the same time next week. If you want to get a hold of me and have a reading or a cosmic order of your own, then go to my website, which is gracedestiny.com. Have a look at my Facebook page, which is Eleanor Grace Psychic Evenings. I'll see you then. Bye-bye. Have a great week.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Readings by Diane with Diane. Live at readingsbydiane.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Readings by Diane on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. I'm Diane Jarecki. Welcome to Readings by Diane. And I am looking forward to taking my first live caller today for a free mini reading. And so excited to be here. So you can find me at www.readingsbydiane.com. My Facebook page is Readings by Diane Jarecki, and I am also on YouTube at Readings by Diane. So, and if you hear background noises, I do have 2 dogs right now. I don't know if everybody else can hear the collars and tags, but I can. It's with no other noise. They sound loud. Anyway, so got my cards ready, and I am just waiting to see who is ready for their first reading from me today. I hope everybody is having a wonderful time. Valentine's Day tomorrow. At least, I don't know if that's the United States only or if that's a worldwide, so I'd be interested to find that out. But hopefully everybody's getting ready to celebrate it, that does celebrate it. And you know what? If you don't have somebody to be your Valentine, be your own Valentine. All right? And I am ready whenever Anne is ready. So
I'm ready.
All right. Hello, Anne from Ireland. Nice to meet you.
And you.
And so what can I help you with today?
I want to find out, am I going to get the keys of my house soon?
I'm sorry, try that one more time.
To see if am I going to get the keys of my home soon?
Okay, thank you. All right. For that, I'm going to start off with the Lenormand because the house and the key are in the deck, and it'll be interesting to see if those come up at all.
Okay.
So give me a moment here while I shuffle and focus on getting your home. The keys to your home soon. Okay. And that's an exciting feeling to get the keys to a new home. That's always exciting. Okay, we had a jumper. Ooh, all right. So the jumper card was the sun. I'll take that as the first one, and the sun is always a really positive response. Aha, okay. So it's interesting. The first thing I'm going to say, looking at these, I did take that as the first card because it was the jumper. So the sun was showing this very positive Whoops, sorry, wrong card. There we go. I'm backwards to the camera. Give me a moment. So the sun is a very positive, yes, but it also shows me like the joy and the happiness. But it looks like with the fish and the mountain here, that there was a little bit of an issue, a delay perhaps, in getting the getting the finances and stuff together for this. But then we have the key, which not only represents getting the key to your house, but also success. And then the clover here, which is good luck, and it's like fast good luck. So I feel whatever was delaying you in getting this, it's over now. The delay is gone, okay? And so we have the broom and the child as kind of the shadow cards. And that is showing me that we have like repetitive growth to this. So something is going to be growing. Children grow quickly. So it's going to be something that is going to grow fast for you. So if there's been some kind of expansion involved in this house as well, then that is also going to end up happening. And
yeah, there's a bit of work. There's a bit of work going on in the house at the minute.
There's a bit of what growing at the house? Work?
They're doing work on it they're doing some work on the house, so.
Okay, sorry, the accent is a little over the whole thing here, and it's interfering just a little bit, I'm sorry. So just so you know, the other card at the end of all of this is the bouquet. So the gift. With that clover and bouquet and all of this. So, and the work is going to go quickly. Okay? That would be another one of those things for the whip or the broom would be that, like, the work that needs to be done. So, yeah, I feel like everything's going to finish up quickly on this. And this is all going to come together very soon for you. Especially that clover shows the quickness. The whip or the broom shows it happening fast. And so does that child card. Okay, Anne?
Okay.
I feel like you're just going to be really, really happy there. This has a very good sense for me of the happiness and joy, and especially, again, that clover and bouquet showing up. Okay?
Okay.
So, did you have another question at all?
No, just that question there that I asked you about, just about the house. That was all.
Okay. So, yeah, you're going to get that work done and the keys to it very, very quickly here.
Okay.
All right. I would say within like the next week or two, because there was some speed to that.
Yeah.
So I'm going to see if there's any other message from Spirit for you regarding this. We'll pull a couple of oracle cards too. Okay?
Okay.
All right. So the first oracle card that came up is jellyfish. And what I'm attracted to in this card is this glow on it where it's like shining. And jellyfish move very fluidly. Okay. And nets, which is about like capturing everything that you want, capturing the joy, capturing the, everything you want this new home to bring you. And then we have treasure chest. So I feel this is going to be a very good investment for you, and that it's going to bring you a lot of joy and pleasure, as well as this sense of being something like you're really going to treasure this. So I feel you're going to be very happy. You're really going to love it there, Anne.
Yeah.
All right. So many, many blessings to you with getting this new home. Congratulations. And
thank you.
I'm excited to hear from you. Reach out to me and shoot me an email or something and let me know the result when you get the keys. All right?
Okay, no problem.
All right. And you can do that. Just go to my website. Again, that's www.readingsbydiane.com. And you can email me through that. There's a link you can click to shoot me a quick email, or message me on Facebook at readingsbydianejarecki.com. Yeah, Readings by Diane Jarecki. Okay? Almost said the .com. Anyway, one way or the other, reach out and let me know, Ann. Follow up with me.
I will do. No problem. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're so welcome. So welcome. Having a relatively new home myself that I treasure. I still remember it was only a few years ago when I got to come home here to New Hampshire and we got the keys to this house. And so I'm feeling that sense of excitement and treasuring and everything for you that I have here. And so I'm really excited to hear from you when it comes to fruition. And so thank everybody for joining me today. And, say hi to me out on the social media. Find me on YouTube at Readings by Diane. I on Facebook. And I look forward to seeing you next week. Thank you. Many, many blessings to everybody.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is astrology and psychic reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host for this segment, Lady D. I hope you've all had a wonderful week. So this week with the planets, we do have a new moon that is happening in Aquarius. That's happening at 9:59 a.m. on the 10th in February. And that's my time here in Sydney, so it will be on the 9th, and you are on the other side of the world. So with this new moon that is coming up, I feel like there's going to be some unexpected emotions and some unexpected feelings perhaps that's going to come up with this. There is a square that's happening with Uranus, with the moon and to the sun. Also, it could be a sense of not being able to get what words, so your words being jumbled up or not being able to communicate very clearly. It could be a sense of you're not being being heard, because we do have a square with Mercury and Jupiter as well. We do have some positive aspects. We do have a tri with Venus and Mars with Uranus that's bringing about some unexpected strength. It also can bring about a lot of you might be able to see through people's sort of lies or delusion that's coming up. I will say though, with this week that's kind of ahead, if there's relationships that are ending, it'd be more of a relationship that's very in turmoil or very toxic relationships. They may end. So I feel like any endings that do take place in relationships this week will be a positive ending. You've learned your lesson from that person. It's just time to move on. We also have still got that square for part of this week with that Venus and the nodes, and with Chiron too, which can bring up some certain feelings to do with this new moon. It is about planting the seed and moving forward, but for those people I feel like who like to hold on to things or get various bitterness, you might struggle a little bit with what's the energies that are coming up. We also have on the 12th, we do have a conjunction. It's happening with Chiron and the nodes, so the North Node. That's happening in Aries. This can bring about life lessons, and it might be a people not wanting to face life lessons or face certain challenges that's coming into their life. And this is something that they probably need to face, but they don't want to face, and they're trying to avoid it. I feel like it could be a sense of being in a sticky situation. That might be why we're trying to avoid these situations that are going to come up around them. We've also got on the 14th, we've got Mars, which is going to conjunct Pluto. So we had Mercury conjunct Pluto last week, and now we've got Mars, which is going to be conjuncting Pluto. So last week was more about communication. With this week, it's more, I feel like, more explosive. Here, Mars is about our temper. It is about our strength. It's a bit like it could be a chance of wanting to move forward, but there could be some sort of an explosive event that happens with that transit. People are sort of holding on to their temper. If you are someone that has a bit of bad temper, maybe just try to hold on to it or try to make peace, maybe try to walk things off, cool down, try not to let things bug you too much. Try and be very resilient, because we do have planets here that are making us being resilient and to get through energies that might be feeling quite strong energies this week. Also, we've got Valentine's Day, which is the 14th as well. So Valentine's Day, and so for me, although this chart for me also is the day after Valentine's, before Valentine's Day for the other side of the world. Always got to remember, it's hard to remember the two timelines, the future. It's hard to remember that. Anyways, so Valentine's Day, if you're in a relationship, it's very important. We do have positive aspects. We do have positive aspects with Mercury. We've got a sextile that's happening with the nodes and with Chiron. So that's helping us get through that conjunction that's happening. I feel like it's also breaking free of limitations, about moving forward as well. There are some squares that are also happening. We still got that all week. We'll have that square with Jupiter, with Mercury. So people, trying to find their confidence and get out certain conversations out there too. But we also got a tri with Venus, with Uranus, so it could be unexpected surprises on this day, and it's going to be a positive surprise because it's a tri, so you might have unexpected romance, or if you weren't expecting flowers, you might get some flowers on this day. So there could be some unexpected and positive events coming up too with relationships. Got tickling in my throat. Okay, let's go to the caller. So we've got here Pamela, who's in Minnesota. So hi, Pamela, how are you?
Good. Well, trying to be.
How can I help you today?
Just a lot going on in my life. Just if there's any message for me from anybody or just what's going on.
I just feel like life is a headache for you at the moment. That's just what I got as you're talking. I just got like life is like a headache. I feel like on July, like coming in July, you're coming out the other side of this. It's like I can see a tunnel and you're coming through the tunnel in July. I also feel like things are a bit off balance too around you too. I feel like that there's someone around you, or so it's a male who's trying to either bullying or trying to tell you something, and you don't really want to listen to them. So I feel like their words are not being helpful. So the way they're communicating to you, it's not in a helpful way, and it's like I can't deal, or it's like when they start, it's kind of like I'm a bit shutting down a little bit. Can you relate to that?
Yes.
Okay. I feel like you need a time out from this person. It's like you need a break or a time out. I feel like that they're not hearing you, and that's part of the problem. They need to actually, it's like then he's not hearing you, and he's not understanding what you're saying, even though you're speaking quite clearly, and he's just not ready or wanting to understand, because all this person can see is their way. And it's like their way has to be the only way. But I feel like they're being also a bit selfish too. They're not being as giving. So just like there needs to be a time out or a break with this person. Who is this person, can I ask?
Someone who means a lot to me.
Is it like a partner? We're looking at like a partner here?
Yeah.
Okay. Keep on getting time out. Okay, what's going to happen with this? Look, I'm going to say there will be a breakthrough moment. So I feel like I just heard, is there going to be a breakthrough? So I feel like 4 weeks, there's going to be some sort of communication, like I feel like it's a positive thing. So I feel like there's some sort of breakthrough moment about communication. I feel like you'll start being on the same page or seeing more eye to eye. I don't feel like we want to break up. I just feel like maybe you need to, when I say time out, maybe you just need to like spend a few hours or go on a walk and just try to, clear the mind. Because I feel like there's a sense of I don't want to break up. But love card just came out too. I just feel like there could be discussions about money or finances here too. And it's also like, just knowing it's like, women are from Venus, men are from Mars. So I just feel like there just needs to be more openness. And I feel like he needs to be more open. I feel like you are quite open and you're quite honest, and you're also quite humble too. There's a sense of humble. I don't know, I just feel like in 4 weeks there'll be a light bulb moment, and I just feel like it's going to start changing, like the energies around you are changing. It's like hitting here, you're going to work things out. It even could be that you're getting a third person involved who's neutral, who's going to be able to sort of sort through the mess or sort through the chaos. I feel like you need someone that's going to help you go through the finances or go through this money issue with you, like some sort of like financial advisor or financial, advisor.
Well, I'm taking on like 3 different big things at once. I just want to make sure that I should be doing this. The path I'm taking.
Okay. Well, it wasn't the right path. I feel like for you there's no other way. I just feel like it's like you need to take on these things. I just feel like there's no other way. Like there's no option B here. But I feel like everything's all mixed up.
This is the only way.
Yeah. And I just feel like I feel like there's a third person, but like whether it be like I'm financial controller, but that's more of a business thing. But something like financial counselor, someone who is more of a professional who, it could be even like a business strategist, something. There's I feel like some sort of professional that I feel like that's going to help you with finances. I feel like it's a third person here, something like someone who knows what they're doing can help you get through the chaos or get through the mess. But it's about a bright idea that's going to come into you. I keep on getting 4 weeks. So I feel like there's something about 4 weeks. There's some sort of bright idea or some sort of help here that's coming up that's helping you sort through the chaos.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like I'm alone in this and I'm doing it on myself, but I know I need to do it.
Yes, and there is a time, like it's time or there's a timeline as well with this as well. But it's like not giving up hope. I feel like you guys will get through this. I don't see a breakup here. I don't feel like you're splitting up. I feel like you're going to get through it. I feel like,
I think we're going to be fine. It's just all this other stuff I'm taking on is hindering on what's going on with the relationship. Yep.
But once everything gets worked out, it's going to be, you'll get, it's like a house on fire. You get on really well. And I feel like there's a positive, like fresh start here too, and to get out of this tunnel later on in the year. So I hope I've helped you today. And thank you for calling in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. It's okay. Okay, everybody. So yes, we're always on the right path. We can always face what's coming up to us. See. So if you want to contact me, you can. My website is Lady D Psychic Parties. My Facebook page is also Lady D Psychic Parties, and my Instagram and TikTok is Lady D Psychic, and my YouTube channel is Lady D. Some of my predictions about the King Charles, is actually coming to fruition now. It's only February, so go to my YouTube channel and you can see my yearly predictions for 2024. So with that, thank you for watching, and I'll see you same time, same place next week. So bye for now.
To A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media. Bernice Bisson, live for BerniceBissonPsychic.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-848-3147 or online online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio, or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Bernice Bisson, Psychic Media, on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome. It's Psychic Tuesday, and I'm your guide, Sweet Bee. And boy, it's been a fast 7 days, and we're embarking into close to the third week of February. And I want to talk about the upcoming energy. We have a once-in-a-lifetime transit brewing right now, and that's brewing with Pluto and Mars conjunction. And it kicks off today, and it goes, and we'll feel that energy over the next 2 years. But we're going to talk about how that impacts each of the signs. And again, any of the messages I give for the signs are both for your sun, moon, and rising, if you know that. You can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. I read full time. That's all I do. And I read palms and cards and tea leaves. I'm an astrologer. I work with numerology. I do work with traditional Western astrology, whole houses and asteroids. And I'm going to talk a bit about the astrology at the top. We've got Pluto and Mars. Pluto and Mars both govern Scorpio, and Mars governing, and we have Aquarian energy with that Plutonian energy. We also have Mars governing Aries. So we've got all that North Node in Aries. So we've got a lot to going on, to say the least. But this conjunction is starting now and even into the 19th, going into the 23rd of this month. It's intensity. And so this last 3 days and over the next 10 days, you're going to feel it in every area of your life. The news cycles, people at work, sudden shifts, changes of direction, unexpected opportunities, things that are going to brew up that are about power, control, and power struggles, and that Plutonian energy of revolution and deconstruction and reconstruction and rebellion and revolution. Like it's powerful kind of stuff, you know. And then we got Mars, which is action, you know, so action around revolution. And so we're going to hear a lot about that maybe in the news cycles. We're going to feel that in different areas. So let's get started. So I'm going to start with just some of the general energy for Aries. Aries, sun, moon, rising, of course. Opportunities is the word. And this energy is going to hit you pretty much coming out of your 10th house, your 11th house kind of energy. But opportunities, an important offer will be made, and be prepared to dress the part, to play the part, to be that part. And it could come out of the blue. It could come out of something that felt really, really difficult, and having to restructure what you're doing, where you're working. And I feel like I'm going to pick a word for you out of my angel deck, and the word is discernment. You're going to have to decide which direction you're going in, Aries, with opportunities, interviews, opportunities, being tapped on the shoulder, the powers that be see your work. So it's some good stuff starting now and over this next 2 years. Mars rules you. You're used to this kind of action, so you can go there. Just remember not to bulldoze people, that's all. Okay. And now let's keep going. Let's go to, as we go from Aries, we're going to go into Taurus energy. Now, Taurus energy, aside from the Pluto Mars being a huge activation for you, because those are in Aquarius, and you've got Aquarian's ruling planet right now in your sign. And Aquarian, that Aquarian energy could be discombobulating for Tauruses, you know? And so manifestation. And so manifesting, maybe you're trying to sort out or simplify your house. Maybe there's a bountiful time awaits you. Your wishes could manifest right before your eyes. But be careful what you're thinking, how you're viewing things, where you're getting stuck there, my little Tauruses. Because I feel like you could wind up manifesting those thoughts. Maybe you could be feeling kind of down about things. Be careful how you're manifesting them. The word I'm choosing for you is your presence. I feel like that's your medicine. Being present for things, present for manifestations, present in your thoughts, present in that inside thinking. Over this next week, but you're going to get taste the next 2 years, this next 10 days. And so I wanted to be positive and things where you'd be feeling valued, Taurus. Gemini, oh my gosh, Geminis. You know, you guys are in a place where your networks, people you know, communities you live in are all really powerful. There's a huge father wound being healed with the Pluto-Mars conjunction. And you could even be dealing with estate property assets, all to do around legacies, inheritances, wills. You could be planning your own will. You could be organizing your assets, consolidating debts. Interact with nature and the outdoors as a medicine, being around animals, by the ocean. This will be good for your soul and some good healing for you. Connecting to nature and that kind of thing. And the word I get for you is simplicity. So, you know, simplifying, purging, getting rid of, simplifying your life, not committing to a whole bunch of stuff. I think over this next week and next little while, particularly when we get into that Pisces energy, because that's powerful energy for you guys, all into February, March. Powerful energy for Geminis. Okay, Geminis, we got our little Cancerians. And so I want to just talk a bit about this transit of Pluto. You guys have had Pluto really hard across from you the last 7 years, but this last year, and now it's moved, and all of this energy is shifting into Aquarius, and it almost feels like it's not 8th house for you. So it's some powerful stuff. You're going to see some positive work outcomes. Maybe you're going to see some things that your consistent efforts are going to bring some rewards, major purchases worth making. Where you find maybe some challenges is partners and in-laws. And so, yeah, could be some stuff there. And so past, current, future partners, in-laws, families, how people blend together, sort of accepting rules of things. So really trying to work things out with the partner. That could even be about money, inheritances, things that partners and the like have, own, or are there. And your word is wisdom. Sharing your wisdom, teaching, talking, training, managing, mentoring. Mentoring is really a strong Cancerian word, and that could come up really strong for you guys this next year, this next 2 years. Natural leadership, I call it. All right. And then we've got Leo. Oh, my lovely Leos. Like, it's going to be this Aquarian energy and Pluto and Mars. While joining them, Pluto and Mars are like fights, you know? They can come up out of the blue. They could fight for, fight against, fight in tandem. But, you know, your house of partnership, Leo, is lit up like a 4th of July, really, so to speak. It's lit up. You've literally got an Aquarian stellium headed there. We've got this new moon energy we're just kicking off from. We've got Mercury, Venus, we've got Mars, we've got Pluto, North Node, all in your house of partnership. Work it out or working it out. And it could be even maybe them too, maybe their families, even Cancerians could share some of that energy. But you guys have some big stuff in terms of taking relationships to the next level. Love's in the air. It's a great time for maybe making those commitments, reviewing those commitments, making commitments, maybe being on the side of partner. But it could be lots of changes there going on in that house for you as well. The word I got for you is surrender. Now, that's a hard word for Leo because they're not the best at surrendering, but just allowing, giving space for, giving time for things to unfold, Leo. I feel like particularly in your house of partnership as well. Then I go into Virgo. Virgo, you know, Virgo, you have some powerful energy brewing, and in Saturn in sidereal astrology is invisible, and Saturn are the structures in your house of partnerships. So maybe needing to define partnerships and defining the rules, defining the boundaries, defining what is acceptable and not acceptable in partnerships is going to be a huge thing for you. And that includes business partnerships, Virgo, anyone that you could be going into partnerships for. Hey, if it's not benefiting you, it won't stick around. You'd like to be in service, but remember, you need to be in service to yourself first, Virgos. A change of residence, partner, career, job is on the cards. Your restlessness and need of change is exactly what could be coming your way. And we get freedom. Woo, that's the medicine. And so we've got some freedom for Virgos. And that could come really in your job too, because you could just be sick of the old scene and just need that change and really trying to figure yourself up. So, let's keep going. And so now we've got from Virgo, beautiful energy. We've got Libra. And Libras, it's a time of reflection for you. Friendships in your life may come to an end. Others could blossom, even become stronger. Really sorting out your mother wound, what you're really wanting in relationships, what that means for you, really looking at where you're committing, maybe even the care of your mother, maybe even having to look at property, estates, assets, the care of things like that on behalf of the matriarchal side of families. And reflecting on maybe where you really want to be. I get the word trust. And now, trust, trust the universe. But I actually think that could bring me back to that conversation around wills, estates, trusts, benefits, money, things that you would maybe process on behalf of others. That could include powers of attorney, but lots of reflection, reflective tones, reflective states. You guys are really closing out some big karma. With the South Node of Karma in your sign relationships. So, and relationships not just with, but with women as well. That matriarchal or the female feminine divine. And then I got Scorpio. Hey, Scorpios. Hey, how are you faring this weather? Friendships. Friends needing your help, your kindness, excellent counseling skills might put them back on track. Your friends are going to be a source of benefit for you in terms of opportunities. Maybe you just did some nice things for people, Scorpios, and now it's coming back to you. And you're going to be like, who knew? Maybe I got that referral. Maybe you got that little kudos from someone that you didn't realize you even helped in the past. And there's the word celebration. Woo, woo, Scorpio, celebration. We got dancing, all this there makes my heart sing. And so some friendships and celebrations on the books for some Scorpios out there. Then I go to Sagittarians, my little Smagittarians. And, your health, it's an excellent time to start exercise programs, diets. There's new friendships, new social circles, new interest groups, new leagues, new things in the works for you. Looks like it's some pretty exciting stuff. I get the word communication. That could be siblings, family, people around you, communications, being at the center of that, being the glue for that. Maybe even having that Pluto-Mars energy could even be having some conflict or conversations with siblings, family, and setting some few things straight there. So, Sagittarians. And then Capricorns, my little Cappies, money. I don't know. This is like you just have all this energy that went to your second house of valuing stuff. And so, I don't know, some powerful stuff. Property purchase, sale for many. Just watch any security concerns and transactions. Your money house, making commitments to what you value. Maybe you're going to try to pay off debt. Maybe you're going to reorganize something. Maybe you're achieving something in your financial goals, but there's some big, heady stuff for you, Capricorns, in that house for you. And maybe you're just gearing up for work, business, money. Maybe there's things gearing up for you very shortly as well. That seemed pretty exciting. And the word and the medicine I'm bringing is brotherhood, sisterhood. So coming in through unions, things you belong to, groups you belong to, there could be some real benefits for you there as well. Then I got my little Aquarians. It's all about you, Aquarians. This is it. This you rule the next 2 years, but next 20 years. Like this is all about you guys. And so we got the word opportunities again. A stranger could change your life. Exciting times, plenty of action, special family reunions, things out of the blue. It looks like could even be opportunities that bring you to other places, some travel opportunities. Your resilience is your word. And so I just feel like resilience is going to be a big word for you, getting back to yourself, whatever that was 250 years ago. So we're about to find out. And the last time Pluto was in your sign. And so now we're going to get to Pisces. The word is achievement for Pisces. Enjoy the limelight. You've earned it. Although the family front, someone's health could be of concern. Some secret worries and sleepless nights. Maybe you're worried about a kid or you're worried about a relative. And I just feel like hang in there, Pisces. You've got lots of emotions. When Saturn becomes visible again, you're going to be seeing the structures, boundaries, things in place. You're going to see the way that things need to happen or roll out for you. And I get the word obedience. So stick to the discipline, stick to the plan, stay true to yourself, and stay true to what you've been wanting. Thank you. That's Sun, Moon, Rising, and I'm Bernice Bisson. And if you want a full reading, you can reach me, BerniceBissonPsychic.com. And let's get into it. I've got Donna. I think in New Hampshire, England. Is that what I saw? Donna?
Yeah, that's correct.
Wonderful, Donna. Welcome. Let's get focused a little bit. What would you like to start with?
I'm just wondering if I've got a message from a loved one.
A message from your loved one, a message from a loved one. Okay, so let me just think about that for a second. All right. All right, so the first message that comes in, there's an older woman that shows up with a man who passed away quite some time ago. And she would be the first person, and I feel like this man is kind of a happy man, and this woman would have passed much later than he did. He would have passed quite some time ago. The two of them show up, and I feel like the first thing that comes into mind is, and I almost feel like this man could be very patriarchal, could be very father figure-ish, very or patriarch side of the family. So it just feels like he's quite strong that way. So needing to make decisions around family, Donna, that's the first thing that seems to be showing up. Wanting people just to be happy, but that could come at your own expense. That could come at you really having to bend over backwards. You'll be having some people coming to stay with you, Donna. And I feel like they could be asking for some help. They could be asking for a temporary stay. They could be asking for a place. I just feel like even before July, even before maybe even the 18th of July, something important about that. And there's a young person that I feel like is struggling, trying to get on their own, trying to be on their own. And I feel like you could be of some help. There's some challenges with a lady that shows up around you. And I feel like she shows up as a family member. She could appear like a sister-in-law kind of figure, alive. I feel like I'm talking about somebody alive. That I don't know, feels a bit challenging. There could be, even in the next 5 days, the next 3 weeks, this female family member, there can be some challenging conversations, things that you might take you by a bit of surprise as well, that seems to show up, all still connected. The image of nurses, hospitals, healthcare, the care of this woman keeps showing up, and that you're very much appreciated. But it brings me to you, Donna, as well. And Spirit keeps telling me that there might be some tests on your digestive tract, your stomach area, your abdomen. It could be a scope, some tests, not to worry, everything can be worked on. But there might be some time you take off in the next 4 months addressing something like that, or that you're focused on that a little bit. And I feel like that's okay. I feel like there's something to work out in terms of the care people keep showing up. So I may show up again with people around you having to attend. I'm sorry?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello?
Oh, hello. So we might I'm going to keep talking a little bit. You can tune into this, Donna, if you can't hear me through the phone. You can absolutely watch this recording. So let me just sort of finish up my message around this. So even if you can't hear me right now, I want to finish up this message. I feel like you've got some decisions to make. There could be some difficult conversations with the woman around you. There's still something about people's health that pop up, and that you might be dealing with that, dealing with people's tests. And I feel like I could be talking about a female who's got health issues, and that they're being addressed and they're all in good order. So I need you to know that part. And then the final piece I'm just going to leave you with is you do have some good news coming in terms of your finances. And I feel like it's like finally finally. And so some news, and it comes in writing. I don't think you're winning it, my beautiful lady, but there's something that does really sort out even by September. Thank you. Oof, lots there going on there, my girl. So yeah, lots of messages. I wish your phone didn't conk out, but that's okay. I'm sending you lots of love and light. Now I've got Priya, I believe in London.
Hi. Great.
Did I get your name right?
You did. Perfect.
Oh, well, thank you. Wonderful. Good. Now, my beautiful lady, what can I help you with today?
So I guess, a few things, but I don't know how much time we have. I met a man recently, about a few weeks ago, and we had this very strong connection. But then I just started getting a lot of I don't know if it's like my own anxiety, my own wounds in relationship with men, but it's just, I don't know, or if it's actually my guidance that there's something very hidden. And so I was just, I guess, hoping to have some clarity. And then, if we have time to talk about work, I'd love to talk about that too, but obviously.
I think I can squish in. Let's start with the relationship question. I feel like I want to give this relationship some time. Don't jump to conclusions. I feel like your guides might be also cautioning you not to jump ahead or you not to fall into old traps, because I feel like you've been really conscious about breaking old habits of relationships, maybe trying to always make up for what wasn't being given to you. And I just feel like you have a healthy dose of skepticism. You have a healthy dose of don't jump in too fast, but allow them to show themselves. So don't get too ahead of yourself in this relationship too fast. Let them show yourselves. Enjoy just the dating part, the getting to know each other part, because I feel like now I have to be honest. I don't know that this relationship is meant to be forever. So I'm going to just preface what I just said with, but I feel like this relationship is meant to show you to trust, just date, just talk, just get to know. It doesn't, you might be very good and very psychic in relationships and already see outcomes when you get into them. But there's something very wonderful and nuanced as you walk through this, knowing your boundaries, or I'm not going to just fall down this rabbit hole into love, because when you're in your soul connection, you're like, I'm soul connection. And this person they're not, they have a strong soul connection, but they're not developed enough yet in this human scale, so to speak, to kind of meet you there. So I feel like just allow them to show themselves, allow them to, I actually think that this could turn out to be a good relationship. Is it a forever relationship? I feel like no. And the reason being is only because there's other orbits you're not meeting in for some reason. Like you could have different goals in terms of where your direction is, what's going to bring you in a different direction. It could even have at some point some sort of distance that shows up in this relationship that, I don't know, I feel like it's meant for you to explore just a positive dating environment,
Yeah, that's really helpful, actually. I guess, and also you're confirming, I guess, what I feel is that I feel a deep connection, but I don't know if he's in the same frequency band as me yet. And so, I've always felt destined for a different type of relationship. And so, in a way for me, it's also like about not giving myself too much away, which is what I've done in the past a lot. Too quickly.
Oh, my friend, you're like me. I see, because I see people's souls, right? Like I see into them, and I'm there. Like I already saw them, so I'm like, I already saw that. I saw this. I'm okay with this. I'm okay with that. Like, and I just, your soul connection, I love it. I think it's beautiful, and people deserve, just like you deserve that. I just feel like this person has some evolutionary work to do in this plane still. That timing's everything. So I feel like maybe you're just here to karmically show them what it's like to be loved at a soul level or to be appreciated at a soul level, but it doesn't mean you need to keep them, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Thank you. That's really helpful.
Oh, my pleasure, my love. Now I got a few minutes for a career question. Let's reflect. What's that career question?
Yeah, so basically, I'm just at a massive crossroads. I've been sort of thinking about writing a book, starting a women's group, and I've had a lot of turmoil in my last few years. And I just, but I also need to earn some money. And so I'm just not really sure what is next for me, because at the moment I'm doing 4 jobs and hustling. And so, I feel like this is not the way forwards either. Just any guidance or clarity would be helpful.
Mm-hmm. I feel like you are a facilitator and a communicator, and I feel like that's the work I would like you to focus on. I think that in terms of monetizing your communications and this publication or this book, I feel like there's something you need to pay attention to in that, because I feel like even by the spring of 25, it could be very much launched for you. But you are a very powerful facilitator, communicator. There's something about doing groups, circles, teaching, telling, talking in this that's quite good for you. I feel like there's also powerful stuff in video that could be video connections, video meetings, coordinating people through video as well. I do feel like you would have to drop one of the jobs to focus just on the book, but there's something much bigger with that goes to other sort of platforms for you that I really like, because I'm going to say it. You could think I'm a total kook, but I'm going to say it anyway. I feel like maybe you can actually produce a film, or your book would actually go into something that you would video, or what you're writing or working on, because I think your communications are just taking hold right now. You're just getting your identity in this. You come with passion and love and light in your communications. And I just feel like you're refining your message. And you need to take it to the next level in terms of really promoting, pushing, getting that out there. And I feel like that's going to be the biggest payoff in this next year, even by the spring of 2025.
Amazing. So helpful and really resonating every word you're saying. Thank you.
Oh, I appreciate you, and thank you for picking me as your psychic. And if you want a full reading, I read full-time out of Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. I read for people all over the world. I read palms, cards, tea leaves. I do a number of different things. I very much enjoy the paranormal. I enjoy connecting with, and I enjoy connecting with women in the community and hosting even peer mentorship. And if you're interested in peer mentorship, you can certainly reach out to me. And you can find me at bernicebissonpsychic.com. And we'll see you in 7 days. Stay warm, stay safe.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Live from LadyDPsychicParties.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Astrology and Psychic Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. So I'm your host for this half an hour, Lady D. I hope you've all had a wonderful week ahead. As waking up now in Australia, so for us it's Friday Here, unfortunately, we woke up to the news of the tragic news of the Queen passing. So we send our condolences over to the Queen. I'm a bit of a royalist myself, so it is a bit of a sad day and end of an era. But, life goes on, and as we're going to see, a lot of duties and a lot of things that they're going to do. And it is a unique moment in history that, that we won't see for a long time yet with the Queen anyway. All right. So what's happening up with this week ahead? So 2 things we're going to talk about this week that's coming up. We do have a full moon in Pisces, which is happening on the 10th of September at 7:59 p.m. That's my time in Sydney. And with this, I was looking up and I was seeing what's this full moon going to bring about. Because sometimes I'm not a person who really gets affected by the moon itself. I'm not an overly emotional person, but a lot of people are, and they do get affected by the moon. The last full moon we had, I did find that to be a bit hectic. But with this one being in Pisces, I feel like it could bring about a lot of emotions. So even someone like myself who's not overly with emotions and show a lot of emotion, that sometimes it may even affect you, because Pisces is full of emotion. They're the last star sign and they're water. So it is full of that emotion. And what I was getting with this full moon and what it can bring, and just with other aspects that's coming into it, and what Pisces is about. It is about compassion. It is about impressionable, receptive, imaginative. It's the dreamer. It is also confusion, delusions, like psychic, a bit of paranoid, victim energy there, but very, very much intuitive. So I feel like there's emotions that could be bringing up with this. I feel like on a positive side, this may be a good time to go, I feel like maybe sit out in nature, or just go and sit and talk to spirit, or meditate and try to connect to spirit or heighten your abilities. I feel like that's a good time for that with this full moon. On the negative side, I feel like we've got to be careful, maybe be self-indulgent. We might want to feel like we want to escape with what's happening around the world. We might be a bit gullible in, I guess, what someone might be telling us. And it is all the time too to also bring up compassion, but also bring about it can bring about victim mentality with that Pisces energy. But I feel like it's very, very important to not sit in that energy when you find yourself going into it, to try and get out of that the best you can, because I feel like it's going to bring about things maybe bubbling up to the surface with this full moon in Pisces. We've also, I'm going to say, I feel like by the end of November, you've got a helping hand to pull you out of the situation that you feel stuck. But also you're really trying to find out what you wanting to do or what your next move is, because I see you at like a chessboard and you're trying to think about what the next move is. But I don't play chess, but it's like you kind of box yourself in. You kind of, as you're saying, feeling stuck. But I just feel like November, someone's giving you a helping hand and lifting you out of this situation that you're in. I also feel like you need to do more. There is something about either like studying or even like sort of short courses, or like even like weekend courses, or like we call them community colleges courses here, which is courses that go for like a few hours or a few weeks, but one day a week, and it's not a big course that you do. I feel like something like that. I feel like leadership roles will help you. A little stuff about leadership and learning about managing a team is going to be really good and useful for you as well. Let's see, what are you doing? Are you counting you're counting your pennies or your money, or are you working with money? What do you do for work?
I am in safety.
Safety? Like
safety, yeah. So I'm a safety process specialist.
What's that like? That makes, so you making sure buildings are safe to work in, like that sort of safety?
Yes.
Okay. But are you counting your finances? Or are you looking at your budget? Because I see you trying to count money or moving money around.
Yeah, we've been kind of struggling with money lately.
Okay. All right. Let's see where you are. Okay. I kind of feel like you're kind of bored with that. I don't know. I just feel like I see boredom with what you're doing. It's not like your forever job or dream job, or it's not there. Not great. But at the same time, I do see a step up with your career and business. So whether it be something new or you go step up, I do see some sort of step up. But I feel like there's something about training or learning as well. I also am seeing like ambulance with you. So I don't know if you'd be interested in working as a paramedic or an ambulance officer. Or someone's around you in that field. I'm not sure, but it's like you're waiting to go. But I also feel like a leadership role would be good for you, because I feel like it is time for that next step for you to be a leader, to lead a team, and that's going to help you to get unstuck because you won't feel bored, and then to find out where your next move is for your next career goal, a movement that's going to come about. It's kind of like you just fall into work or you fall into places, but it is time to really to think, because I don't feel like this is your forever thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does.
It's like, and you've been feeling a bit worn out too. With this card, you're just feeling a little bit worn out. By July next year, I feel like there is definitely more movement in your work, and I feel like that might be when you start to study or start looking at what else you can do. I do feel like there's a new career path for you. In terms of your budgets, I just get November for that is when you're going to get that helping hand or that more money. But I just feel like that you're waiting. A leadership role is waiting for you to come out. I also feel like you will have enough money to go. I don't know if you're looking at going on a holiday of some sort. I do feel like that's coming up for you as well, for you and your family too. Okay, and you're married. Do you have a husband and 2 kids?
Yeah, I have a husband and 3 kids.
3 kids. Okay. Are there 2 children that are the same? Like either they're close together or they're 2 boys or 2 girls?
I have 2 boys and 1 girl. My oldest son is actually away for the weekend, so I only have my 2 kids home right now.
That's okay. Oh, okay. It could be that. It could be that too. There's something else. That was just 2 was standing up very clearly to me. I'm going to go, because I feel like it could be that with the boy out, because I could see one child, as you're talking, one of them was out further. It's like the one that's away. I don't know. I feel like one's left out. That could be the one that's away. I just feel like he needs to come back into the fold. But then also with the family, like you need to, it's like family unity needs to come back, come back to together. I do feel like, so where are you guys? You guys are in Utah. I do see your holidays going but I feel like you're going to city. I don't feel like I'm not seeing beach. I'm seeing more city with you. So I don't know if it's like New York or I don't know. I just see like you're away, but it's in the city, like New York. What I'm seeing, but it's a family trip because I'm seeing you going to all different shops that are there. And I feel like also with your family, with the children, I need like security. I can see that you love them very much and you do try your best to divide your time. But I don't know, there's something about bringing back unity within that family unit as well. I do see you and your partner working together to try and to forge through. And you do support each other. And I feel like there's a bit of a worry here, but I feel like there will be a bit of frustration with you in trying to sort everything out. But I really feel like coming into even like February next year, things are a bit more easier for you where you can breathe a bit more. But I do feel like there's something like a new career path that will lead up for you. And I keep on seeing like paramedic or ambulance for some reason around you. Yeah. Do you have any questions?
No, you mentioned something about like unity with my kids. Do you see kind of a separation there? Like they just need more mom?
It was just like I saw one person like out, like the two together and the one out. And that could be you said the one is away at the moment. That it could be that. I just feel like it's like everyone needs to be in the fold, or someone's feeling a bit feeling left out. I just feel like you're very busy and you're trying to divide your time as between all of them. One of the sons that you have, does he have like not short back and sides hair? Is his hair a little bit longer? One of the sons?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the one I'm with. I feel like he's just needing a bit more attention, or like a bit more love. Does he play sport as well?
Yes.
I see we like playing the like sport. I don't know, like cheering him on. I know there's something about going on. He just needs a bit more attention that I can see with him. And I feel like you are a very good mum and you do what you can with them. I also feel like there is I think with time with you, you've got limited time, and you are trying to fit that all into place, if that makes sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. It's just a struggle.
Great.
So
I know. I keep hearing November, so I really feel like something about November for you. But I really hope I've helped you today, and I hope you have a good day.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
That's okay. No worries. Okay, everybody. It's okay. So everybody, we're going into some interesting times, and we've got that full moon and the Mercury retrograde. So we'll see what happens in the week ahead. It's definitely unexpected things happening each week around the world. If you'd like to contact me for a reading, you can on my website, Lady D Psychic Parties, or even my Facebook page, Lady D Psychic Parties, my Instagram and TikTok, which is Lady DS Psychic, and also my YouTube channel, which is Lady D. If you can't find it under that, just look under Danielle Psychic. And I hope you have a good week ahead. And I will see you next week, same time, same place. And bye for now.
Like I don't know, I'm seeing a rainbow. I don't know if rainbow is significant to you or not, but
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Sacred Insight with Andrea Bacon. Live from mindbodynourished.etsy.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Sacred Insight on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Sacred Insights. I'm your host, Andrea Bacon, and I hope you're all having a good day or evening whenever you're listening, and I hope you're having a good week so far, because this week was looking pretty good energetically. I was tuning into the energy, seeing about what messages wanted to come through for us today, and it's pretty overall positive. I've been picking up on this collective energy about this high vibrational, love is in the air right now type of vibe. It kind of just raises the energy, and when it also allows things to kind of unfold in a timely manner. So, you know, your goals, your manifestations, things that you're wanting to come in, there's like a support of, if no other reason than just this higher vibration around. Not to say that I know that there's a lot going on in the world, but just, you know, astrologically and everything, there's a lot of support for us. So it's good to be focusing on peace, inner peace, restoration, you know, restoring your energy, as well as making time to connect in with your guides and angels to have that connection, and being able to tune into your, you know, your next steps and any messages they want to bring through. But there's this overall strong message about relationships and healing relationships, or healing ones from the past, which is kind of talking about forgiveness, but it's also, some of you might be healing with some people, or just healing from some things that happened, you know, in the past. Some of you are going to be bringing in new relationships that are going to be leading to more commitment. You know, if that's something that you're wanting, something that you're looking for, and that type of thing. But this is because, like, I feel a lot of people taking the time to focus on your own healing and your own well-being. And so that's when the forgiveness was coming up. Okay. And it's talking about releasing the burdens from pain, releasing, you know, maybe hurt and resentment that you may have experienced or been carrying from that past stuff that was, you know, could be harder, could be some traumatic stuff, or just difficulties that you went through in a young age as well. But it's about you, not about the other person who hurt you, or not necessarily letting them back into your life as either, unless that is right for you. But really what it's about is letting go and kind of seeing things from a perspective, a higher perspective of healing, and a lot of releasing. You know, it's simply about putting burdens down from the past, letting that go, letting go of the past. And what it's doing is actually freeing up your energy, freeing up your time, your mental energy, so that you can bring in that commitment, if that's, you know, what you're wanting. Or it does open the door for healing, if that's what you're wanting. It's freeing up that energy. And there might be a few slight little things just to continue to work on when, you know, as far as this type of energy goes. So just seeing yourself in this beautiful bubble of light that is healing, possibly being around water and using that as a tool for releasing and cleansing, and a way to help let things go and allow things to be, and to really connect into that piece, because this is, like I said, really kind of a great time for bringing in more love, bringing in more happiness and more peace, and healing from some things that you may have been carrying around. So that is, a really good message. And for some of you, if you're wanting to have that loving relationship coming in, that is what is going to really be able to help you do that and create prosperity in your life. So, okay, now we're going to go to a caller. Tiffany?
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. So, what would you like to talk about today?
Kind of anything, career, health, relationship, family, anything.
Okay, let's see what's coming through here. I'm picking up on like this fiery energy, like in a good way, like transformative energy. I don't know if you're a fire sign, but I'm picking up on this, a lot of transformation for you right now. And I actually pulled the 10 of Cups for you, which is, it's talking about a lot of like your wish fulfillment, especially when it comes to matters of the home, matters of the heart, family relationships. Like there's, I don't know, I'm seeing a rainbow. I don't know if rainbow is significant to you or not, but they're showing me a rainbow and like cups pouring, like you have this cup that's just being filled. So it feels like a very abundant, loving time for you right now. There's some things that you may not be seeing, or in the past you weren't seeing them with relationships that were maybe less than desirable. And now I'm seeing kind of that transforming and changing for you. And I've got also some of these cards that I just now pulled also are talking about fire signs. So I don't know if somebody, Aries, Leo, Sagittarius is significant, but that's coming up in your reading as well. So do you have any questions at all about anything?
Yeah, I don't know what the fire sign would be. I'm a Capricorn and my whole family is Scorpions. So
okay.
My kids and husband.
Okay. So like creativity and passion is also, goes along with all that as well. So there was some disruption at some point. Like there was something that didn't get started or didn't get off the ground at some point for you. And I'm just seeing like things were stalled. Things were like not really formed, like they were newly developed and not really had grown into, this full blooming, allowing it to flourish. And it feels like either create something creative, something having to do, could be with work, but it is, it feels like that is coming something transforming for you. So that it has to do with work. And so there's this energy of like cutting out some things that weren't really, that you weren't really desirable, you weren't really preferring to continue going on, and focusing more on the things that were going to bring you joy. Does that resonate at all for you?
Mm-hmm. And there's nothing about like health or anything.
Oh, did you? Okay, look, did you want to know about health? Okay, let me see if I can see. So I am getting like resting and is really important when it comes to that, and not overdoing it. Knowing your limits as far as needing to incorporate more rest. Okay. Let's see what else I can pick up. I do see that things are going to be moving into calmer waters, and when it comes to that, the energy of like sorrow is coming through, from the past, that kind of may have set off a little bit of stress and, contributed to any concerns that you had about health. But I'm seeing things moving when it comes to that area. I'm seeing things moving in the right direction when it comes to that area. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, there's this transforming, like I was picking up before, this transformative energy is going to help bring in more stability for you when it comes to, the concerns that you have about that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm picking up on healing. I'm picking up on like stability mostly, but so it does look good. If you had concerns about that actually does look pretty good. Okay.
Well, that's great.
Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thanks so much.
All right, bye-bye. All right, everybody, that is going to do it for me, and I hope you have a wonderful week. If you want to get in touch with me, it's andrea.bacon444@gmail.com if you have any questions about any readings or any of my services. So thanks for joining us. Bye.
Psychic Radio. Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Maria Leggett's Medium Show with Maria Leggett. Maria Leggett. Live from MariaLeggett.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Maria Leggett's Medium Show on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I love that it says Dayton, Ohio today. Actually, I'm on vacation sitting in a hotel and had to find a place where I could sit where you wouldn't see a messy bed. So I am in Virginia, and I am doing some stuff with family, and I am absolutely enjoying some sunshine today. It's nice to be in a different place. This week, I have been hit with a whole lot of death stuff. And, you know, as a medium, you would think that it would be so much easier to deal with death. But the truth of the matter is it's not, because I am still a human, and I still crave the hug and the touch and the visualization of seeing someone on FaceTime or on Skype, or being able to just visually look at someone on video chat and being able to hear their voice. And when they leave, it's really, really hard for me. Yes, I can still hear them on the other side, but I can't hug them. I can't go visit them. And so this week has been really tough for me. It was the 5-year anniversary of my best friend passing away. And one of my other very amazing, wonderful friends who was so close to me passed away on Tuesday. And I'm absolutely devastated that she is gone. And I was able to help lay my dad's ashes to rest here in Virginia, which is exactly where he wanted to be because he was in the Navy. So Norfolk was really important to him, and we got him all handled. And so I am struck by the fact that we really are not in control of anything down here on Earth. I know that we like to think we are. We humans like to think that we're in control of everything, but that is not the case. We are at the mercy of all the beautiful and amazing divine beings on the other side who are helping to guide us and do all of the things. My dad was very present when I was handling his ashes and doing what he had asked me to do. And I was absolutely in awe to the point where I just started laughing. I'm like, how can I be sad when my dad is showing up very present and letting me know I am grateful for all the things that you did for me today. And I even texted the story to my sister. I'm like, you are not going to believe what daddy did. And she's like, oh my God, that is so dad. So then I wound up texting the rest of the family and let everybody else know. It was absolutely amazing. And so I am so grateful to be on the earth right now. I am grateful to be incarnated down here. I know that we have a lot of really difficult things that are happening around each and every one of us. However, it's not even a however, it's and, right? And. So we have all these difficult things happening, and we have all of these amazing things that are happening around us. We've chosen to be on this earth right here now for a reason. What is your purpose? We may not know. And that's one of the things I like to help people with. Let's find out why you're here. Let's find out what your purpose is supposed to be. And I love guiding people through that. Sometimes it comes up here on the show when I have callers. And sometimes it hops up, you know, when people will book a one-to-one session with me. And they're like, you know, I don't know why I'm here. I feel kind of lost. And I love being able to go into Akashic Records with people in a reading and find out why. Why am I here? What is my purpose? What am I supposed to be doing? Because each and every one of us have our own why. I know for me very specifically, one of my whys is I am down here to help educate people and help them to understand why they're here. And I'm here to help them understand that we can all do what I do here and what every other person on these shows do. We all have this ability. We just need to tap into it and believe in ourselves, believe that we can do this, believe that you have the ability. And this is one of those things I get up on this soapbox, and I don't mean to, but it's just kind of how it goes. I have a lot of people who will say to me, you know, you're so lucky that you have this gift. And the gift in what I do is the love and the support that I get from my clients. The rest of it is just an ability. And so I'm grateful to be able to help people to discover what their specific ability is, and to be able to help people with their path and what they need to know. And with that, we are welcoming Porvi to the show. Hi, Porvi. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I am doing very well. How may I be of service to you today?
I'm not sure if this is what type of reading this is, but I guess I'm kind of looking. I do have some questions, but maybe like a general reading.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I guess in terms of my family and as well as my prospects for settling down and creating a life and family with someone else.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. So let me just tap into your spirit guides and we'll see what's out there. All right. All right, Spirit. What is the truth that Porvi needs today? It's interesting. They're showing me, and I know that it had said when they put your name up that you're from New York City. And what they're showing me is that, and I used to work in the city, and it's a great place to be. It is the hustle and the bustle, and I kind of miss it sometimes. There's a Starbucks across the street from everybody. However, what Spirit is showing it to me is that there's so much hustle and bustle and so much movings and things going on that it's become really important for you to find a way to do some self-care and to go and get into the quiet. And I don't mean just going into Central Park where it can be quiet. It's like stepping outside, going out, more up to like the Catskills or someplace where it's a little more quiet. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And so they're asking for you to be able to sit back and just kind of breathe, because there are so many things that are going on. I don't want to say it's a sense of panic. It's a sense of, I love being in the energy. I love doing all of the things. The issue with that comes, we're so busy doing all of the human things that we can't necessarily hear all the things that our guides want us to know. And that is why it's going to become really important for you to be able to find a place where you can just get quiet. And I don't know why they're saying it's going to be outside of the city, but it's outside of being in the hustle and bustle of wherever it is that you're living. So it's getting more into nature where there are trees and things. Okay, thank you very much. They're telling me that it's going to help you to be able to ground yourself, ground your energy. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
They're also talking to me about, I don't know how you understand this. They're showing it to me as though there's like an outside pressure for, when are you going to start doing this? When are you going to start doing that? And it feels very much like it's coming from family. And you're like, hey, listen, I'm trying, but I have this life. And Spirit says that they want you to begin trusting your heart. Because they're showing it to me as though there have been, there's at least one relationship that's kind of left a scar on your heart where it becomes a little more difficult to trust in a partner. Does that make sense?
A little bit.
Okay, sorry. So show me if she doesn't understand that. They're showing it to me. So what I see is a flower, and I see a flower opening up. So it's being able to open up your energy and allow in someone to share life with you with all of the busy things that you've got going on, instead of keeping people, not that you're purposely keeping them closed out, but there are so many other things going on that it's hard to make room for. Does that make sense?
Not really, no. Sorry.
Okay. No, it's fine. I can only tell you what they're showing me. Because it feels to me as though you had asked, what about a relationship coming into your life? Is that not correct? Okay. So they're definitely talking about you making room for it. And making room for it, which is the opening up of, is going to be releasing and letting go of any prior relationships or any thoughts of other people, because that's going to be able to open up the space for an energetic new connection to come in. So that's one of the things that they're representing very clearly. They also want you to be able to make room for, here I'm going to choose one night a week where I'm going to date, or it's, one night a week where you're going to go put yourself out there. So I don't know if you're doing something specific to put yourself out there or not, but that's what they're showing, that you need to find something very specific to put yourself out there to begin, whether it's, I've been married for 26 years, so whether it's doing the dating app thing, because I can just see like a phone and the swiping thing, I don't know what all that is. But being able to put yourself out there more to show the universe, hey, I am ready to go out there and do what I need to do. Does that make more sense?
Yeah, a little, yeah.
Okay. They're showing it to me as though I feel like I'm walking down the street and I have like this group of friends. I don't feel like I'm alone. So I feel like I have friends who are supporting me, friends that are with me, and being able to discern between what your friends would want for you and what you want for you. And it doesn't mean that you let your friends sway you, but being able to decide, what do I really want? And being able to sit down, especially because we are in the waxing moon right now. And because we're in the waxing moon, Corby, this is the perfect time for you to sit down and make a list of your ideal partner. Here are all the things that I want in a partner. And you start making that list between now and the full moon. And you can adjust that list, like look at it every single day. And it's manifesting exactly who that person is and what you want them to look like, down to whether or not you want them to be 5'6" or 5'10". Do you want them to be smokers or non-smokers? What are the things that you like about them? Write it all down on a piece of paper and just start, write out, scratch out something if you don't like it or erase it, and then add in new things. And then on the full moon, you take that piece of paper and in a fire-safe container, you burn it on the full moon. And that tells the universe, here is exactly what I want. This is the person that I want, because they're going to fulfill my life. That's why you do it on the full moon, because the moon is full and you want to bring in the fullness of this person into your life. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And this is how you're going to be able to get someone to come into your life, making room for, so they just keep talking that you need to make room for the right person to come into your life. And that you are, they just show it to me as though you have a really good life in every other way. This is just the one thing. So thank you very much, Corby, for coming on to the show. I appreciate you for being here, and thank you everyone for watching. Thank you so much, and I hope you have an amazing rest of your week and enjoy all the rest of the shows that come after mine. Have a good one.
A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Understanding Spirit with Mary Shapano. Mary Shapano. Live from MaryVCircles.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Understanding Spirit on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to another week of Understanding Spirit. I'm your host, Mary. I hope you've all had a great week. As every week, I've drawn 3 cards, so I'm just going to give you a moment to tune into whether you gravitate 2, 1, 2, or 3. Okay. So if you've gravitated to this card, it's card number 1, all right, and it's the King of Wands. If you have a situation around you that needs to be taken care of, you will find that it will be dealt with maturely. Everybody has got everyone's best interest at heart, so I feel like it'll be dealt with in a kind and compassionate sort of way. So just kind of stop overthinking and worrying about it. You know, just go with your gut instinct and just have some trust that it will be sorted out. It's a situation that can't be ignored anymore. So you really need to look at it. But I see a lot of a sense of freedom and awakening around it. So all the signs are there that it will work out all right. If you have gravitated to card 2, you have chosen this card, which has to do with transformation. So, you know, the signs are there. Look for the signs that you need to make changes. It's a good time to make changes. If you're not listening to spirit and they can't get your attention, it will come to a head. You may also find out stuff about your career, relationships, friendships that you didn't know about. If things kind of look like they're coming crashing down around you, it's okay. Changes can be challenging and confronting for all of us, you know, but along the line you start to move forward and there's a cleansing and a healing, and there's also success, you know, around it. So don't be afraid. It might feel horrible at the time, or you might feel fearful. It's okay. Just go with it. There are new beginnings ahead, all right, and you will be guided. If you chose the third pile, you got this card, which is the 2 of air. It is predominantly about not wanting to make changes, not seeing what's in front of you, ignoring what's in front of you, pretending there's nothing wrong. But you're also being told you have to, like, stop procrastinating, stop overthinking and being trapped in your mind. Just make the choices that make you happy. You will be guided forward by spirit. So just accept what's happened in the past, learn from the past. Everything is an experience, all right? It's not a hardship, a lesson. It's an experience that makes you grow and you feel better about yourself and about your life. So just move forward with gratitude and being thankful, and everything will work out fine. So I hope the number you chose resonates with you. And I now have a caller on the line, and I think I have Samantha. Samantha, how are you?
Doing pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
Well, I've stumbled across some psychic pages and medium pages. I've recently lost a really close friend due to suicide. And since that's happened, I've had a lot of changes in my life, good and bad. Had a lot of signs come. I feel like there's a lot of negativity around me, but at the same time, a lot of energy. And I'm not quite sure what to do with the information that the universe is giving to me. So I've reached out to see what I can learn.
Okay, Samantha. There is a lot of negativity and dark energy around you, and I feel like there are people that are throwing it that way as well. Does that make sense for you?
Yes.
Okay. You do need to learn how to protect your energy. Have you been doing that, like protecting your spiritual energy?
No, I'm really new to this. I don't know too much.
That's fine. I'm going to teach you very quickly. All right. I want you to, every day and every night, I want you to visualize the white light coming down, and I want you to see it wrapping around your body from head to toe. Not to strangle you or anything, but it's just a gentle healing ribbon of white light that will protect your whole body. I want you to do that 3 times. After you've done that 3 times, I want you to visualize another white light coming down and see it forming like a bubble of protection going around your body, and visualizing yourself sitting in that bubble, all right, and see yourself feeling safe and protected by good spirit. Okay, if you feel like you're getting a lot of like hate coming towards you or negativity from people coming towards you, the next step after that you can do is you place yourself in a little dome that is like those little snowballs that you can get, and you shake them. You visualize, well, you're not in the snowball dome, but you're in a dome like that, and you're inside, and inside this dome there is all mirrors, and you, when you look out of it, you visualize yourself happy, content, focusing on everything that you want in life that makes you feel happy and blessed. All right. On the outside of the dome, you put mirrors all the way around it. And what that does, if somebody sends off any negativity, any negative energy, any negative entity towards you, that's what they see, and they receive it back, because it doesn't belong to you, it belongs to them. Does that make sense for you, Samantha?
Yes.
Okay, so just practice that every day. The dome really is more about doing that during the day, like in the morning, rather than at night. At night, just do the white ribbon and the white circle so that you don't have spirit coming into your space, like, or your personal body and everything. Okay. Now, do you have a particular question regarding what's going on with your life?
Well, will it get better realistically? I mean, that sounds pretty frivolous. Yeah, I've been dealt a pretty tough life. I mean, haven't we all?
Yes. I feel like there is I feel like there's a male around you that just does not want you to do well at all. Does that make sense for you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm also getting that there are financial concerns for you at the moment, and that you're not just struggling, but you're feeling like you're struggling financially more than anybody else. Can you relate to that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's see what else. I'm also being told that in your heart, like, you're really sort of like hoping and praying that you'll connect with somebody, like, I'm talking like a loved one for a relationship, that you'll connect with on a heart level, and that will understand you. And I really feel like you have been crying over this. Does that make sense for you?
Yes.
Okay. What I'm being told, first of all, regarding the relationship, I'm being told that you need to, first of all, you've got to protect yourself against people who wish you harm. So go back and think about what I told you to do, right? And you can always watch it back on the show if you've forgotten. Also, with the love interest, you have to sort yourself out energetically before this person will come into your life, because at the moment, with all your worries, your energy has really been depleted, and you're really vibrating on a lower level. Not that you are on a lower level, but you've got a lot of problems, all right? So your concerns are more about, how am I going to deal with this? What am I going to do with that, all right? So you have to start handing over all this stuff to spirit and start asking for some help. So whether you want to ask guides, angels, any loved ones that you've got on the other side, I just feel like you've got a lot of people that are happy to help you. All right. So just ask, tell them what you want, and they will guide you. But you have to address, I'm told, your problems like systematically, and just start with the one that's affecting you the most. And go from there and see what you can do about it right now, and then go to the next one and the next one and start lifting your energy. I'm also being told for you to do things that make you happy. That's another way. Do you like dancing? Because I keep seeing you dancing.
I do like to dance.
Yeah, okay, good, because you don't have to go to a club to dance. All right. Even if you're at home and put the radio on full ball all day, right? When you're in a car, wherever, just have the radio on. Listen to music that makes you happy. Don't listen to anything depressing, like sad love songs or anything like that. Listen to anything that's upbeat and keeps your energies up. All right. And I'm also being shown you standing on grass, taking your shoes off and grounding yourself. All right. So just walk around barefoot. It's not for hours. It's like 5 minutes, 10 minutes. You'll know, tune in. You have abilities and everything's coming to you at once. And because people are throwing all this negativity at you and it's coming everywhere, you're starting to become more aware of your abilities. Does that make sense for you?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll just see, because we don't have too much time, so I'm just going to see what else I get for you. How many kids have you got? Because Spirit want to very quickly talk about your kids.
I have 2 kids, 12 years apart. We all 3 of us share the same birthday.
Okay. I'm being told the kids will be fine. If you have concerns, you just got to be patient with them and just look at them individually, all right? And go to their needs individually. Not what works for one is going to work for the other. Does that make sense for you?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, Samantha, good luck. I'm at the end of the show now. Good luck with everything. And you can always shoot me an email on maryvcircle@gmail.com and let me know how you're going and if you have any more questions. Okay?
Hey, thank you so much.
Bye.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from johncapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, ask1radio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side. I'm your host, John Capello, and we're delighted to be here today on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television, and a bunch of other places. And we're happy to be on the #1 psychic radio network on Earth. So we are the Psychic Side, and we like to talk about things that are just about the psychic gifts, and we like to dispel the skeptics. And this year, we've been having lots of guests on our program. Today, it's just going to be me talking about my psychic predictions and taking a couple of callers as well. So I hope that if you'd like a psychic reading, we'll be happy to give you one if you're able to call in. So today, though, like I say, I wanted to talk a little bit about my own psychic predictions, and I want to thank all the people that have been on the program so far this year. We've had lots of different opinions, and several things are already starting to happen. You might notice that one of our psychics said there's going to be lots of layoffs in the tech industry, and we're starting to see that. And you notice the weather in California especially has been terrible, and we have been trying to get a handle on that. I'm here in Texas, and we got a little bit of that rain, but nothing like what they got in California. So we certainly hope that everyone that has been affected by the torrential rains in that area are going to be okay. So it's been interesting to hear about the people that feel like education is going to be a major factor in 2024. And this year is just going to be a little chaotic. We all seem to agree on that. I know that for me, it's been kind of a rough year. I've had some crazy things happen to me with Pluto going into Aquarius, and I happen to be a 0-degree Aquarian, and so Pluto's right there on top of my sun, and it's been there for a little over a week or so. And I had a blowout on a major highway, and it did quite a bit of damage. So I'm dealing with that, but these are things that you just have to work. You just have to work the problems. So that's what we're doing, and so I'm happy that I'm safe and no one else got injured during that little situation there in Houston. But we're back and safe and sound, and I'll be traveling again here in the next few weeks, and I'm going to be taking a couple of weeks to where I'll be working in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and so I'm happy to do that. So we're going to take our first caller, and after the caller, I'm going to get to some of the psychic predictions for this year. And let's see if I'm missing anything. But, Amber, we have Amber in Des Moines, Iowa. So, Amber, are you there?
I am.
How are you today?
I'm doing okay. How are you?
Okay. So Amber, I just feel a lot of distress around you. Have you been crying, or has there been a loss around a man here recently?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Is this a husband or a father?
Well, I lost my father, and today, my husband.
Both. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I know they're just an incredible loss. Has it been just this year, or has it been a relatively short period of time?
Yeah, my dad passed away 2 years ago.
Okay, but still, it feels like the pain is still there. So
very much.
Amber, the feeling is that there's a little bit of loneliness around you. There's a little bit of not feeling connected right now. But a lot of people are feeling that at the moment. But we have to work our way through it. I was just mentioning how I'm working my problem. For me, I'm not for me to make you read about me, but it just seems like there's some unusual obstacles that have been happening, and of course, not anything as serious as what you've been, especially with people that are so close to you, like your father and husband. I'm going to go to your husband first because your husband, it just feels like this was a little bit of a surprise. Was this a surprise that you lost him the way you did?
Yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Was this like a heart attack or something sudden?
Heart attack.
Pardon me?
A heart attack.
Heart attack, okay. Because he just didn't have a chance to say goodbye to you. And he just wants to he's telling me how much he loved you and that he's been reaching out to you. And he's frustrated that he hasn't been able to tell you goodbye and tell you that he's okay. But I feel like this may relieve a lot of his anxiety in the spirit world. But he wants you to know that he's there for you, and he does worry about you because he feels like it's really been tough for you to cope with this. But he wants you to also know that other people are thinking about you and they're there to lend a hand if you need them to. So he now do you have a brother?
Yes.
Okay, has he stepped up and tried to help you?
Yeah.
Okay, because he wants to acknowledge your brother and tell him thank you for being there for you, and he just says to just give yourself some more time to heal, give yourself some time to get adjusted to this new environment that you're in, but he is okay. He says your dad is all right as well. It just feels like your dad was a little more expected because he may have had some illness around him. But but of course, we never want to lose a parent, especially when we're close to them. And I feel like you were close to your dad. So I hope this is helpful to you. Do you have a question for me before we move on?
I just wanted to hear from my dad.
Okay. Well, your dad is saying that, I don't know, was your dad an animal person?
Yeah.
Because he's got animals, dogs and cats, and he's got all kinds of animals around him. And he says that they are giving him a lot of company. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. All right. Well, he sends his love to you and to the family because he says he misses all of you, but he's doing all right. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Take care. Okay. So I just want you to know that, when someone calls in and pick up their voice print, and so much comes with the voice print, there's a lot of things that you can do. And by the way, I'm planning to start my Psychic Journeys, Psychic Development classes next Tuesday night. If you have an interest, just go to my website and I can show you how this works and how you can pick up on different cues from people's voices. And you can do that with objects and you can do it in other areas. But that's just the imprints that you can pick up when you listen to someone, when you pick up their voice. So hopefully you'll be able to see how I do things. And hopefully I'm not prodding anyone to tell me too much information. I know I ask questions. Sometimes I get criticized for asking questions, but for the most part, I try to pick up things as quickly as I can. So let's just talk a little bit about 2024. We know that 2024 is an 8th year. It's also the year of the dragon. If you listened to last week's program, you heard J5, my guest, our psychic healer, talk about the year of the dragon. And so lots of action this year. And right now, today, and for the next few days, you have Mars resting on Pluto, That's a trip. It happens maybe once a year or so, but it's happening right now as Pluto's making this transition. So maybe some combustible things, and of course those parts of the world where we have grown to expect combustion. We are seeing those things to where lots of monumental things can be happening. But this is a year for manifestation. But manifestation needs to be understood in more than one way. Yes, you can manifest big things, great things, wonderful things. But you can, if you're not careful, you can manifest big messes as well. So be careful in an 8-year, because an 8-year doesn't always mean good manifestation. Sometimes you can manifest bad things if you're not careful. So a lot of people will just say the positive, and that's good to say the positive, but there's always in metaphysics, there's always that other side, that you always have to kind of be aware of. It's just like Jupiter energy. Jupiter energy is about expansion. But, if Jupiter is in your first house, you have a transit, you could gain weight. So because that's the house of the body. And so you have to be careful about that. You might carry water, especially if you have a water rising sign. So it just depends. And just because there's a year of manifestation doesn't mean that everything's just going to be simple and that you're going to be able to just manifest only good things, because you have to be careful with that. So I wanted to make sure that you understood that my way of thinking on those areas. And then we're going to talk to you a little bit about the presidential election, because I think that people want to know my thoughts on it. And so far we've had 3 psychics be non-committal on it. One said President Biden would win. Another said President Trump would win. And a third said Ron DeSantis would win. And this was on my YouTube channel. And on that particular channel, we don't know if Ron DeSantis will win or not. We're not there yet. So when we get there, we'll find out if that prediction will come true. Of course, you're going to have conflicts because people ride the energy, and they ride the energy that they're told on. And of course, we had one of our people who said it was not a psychic, Mr. Moore, Tom T. Moore. He's not a psychic, but he said the ETs told him that President Biden would win. So that's interesting, because that's who gives him the information. So we'll see what happens there. But let's go to our second caller, and our second caller is Joanna in Indianapolis. And Joanna, are you there?
I am.
So Joanna, do you ever listen to the program or watch it on Moonstruck?
I watched it a couple of times. Yeah. Can you remind me what kind of work you do?
What kind of work I do? Okay. Well, I'm a psychic medium. I'm a psychic medium.
Okay.
Yeah. So Joanna, do you have a woman in spirit you're trying to reach? Is there a mother or daughter in spirit?
Not a mother or daughter, no.
Oh, your grandmother? Is this a grandmother?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it just feels like you were really close to this lady. Were you close to your grandmother?
I was.
Okay, because
I have two in spirit. I was closer to one in the beginning of my life, and got closer to the other in the end of her life.
Well, it just seems like the one that you were closest to almost lived with you or took a lot of care of you at one point in time. Did the grandmother that you? Okay, all right, because it just seems like she was kind of a role model for you, and that she was one that you always felt very safe with, and you felt like she was really truly a nurturer. So she was the one that was extremely gentle with you, and you just felt her kindness and love kind of permeate through her touch. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
Okay. Also, she may have given you stuffed animals or dolls, and so she might have even used to lay down with you, and she might have even read to you. So these are things that I'm seeing, and so she says Happy Valentine's Day to you, because it seems like she was someone that had a lot of joy in celebrating different holidays. So she wants you to know that she is sending you Valentine's kisses today. Okay. So now, Joanne, are you a mother? Are you a mom?
Say again?
You are?
Nope.
Okay. You're not.
No.
You're not a mom. Okay, because I don't know. I'm just seeing some children around you. Maybe these are nieces and nephews. I don't know why I'm seeing children, but it just seems to me that
I don't have any children in my life. I'm not a mom,
Okay.
and I don't have nieces or nephews.
Okay, all right.
And I don't have close friends with children either.
Oh, okay. Wow, that's interesting. But I'm just seeing these might be guides then that are around you, and so I just want you to know that you may have some joy guides around you, trying to make you be uplifted, and are seem to always be around you. So these are energies that I see, and I just want you to know that your grandmother is around you. The other grandmother seems to be trying to come in. You said that you knew her a little bit later on late in her life. Is that right?
I grew closer to her. I wouldn't say knew real well, but I did. I grew closer to her. I became kind of a comfort to her while she was making her exit.
Transition, okay. Because it just seemed like this was more of an adult relationship. This was a relationship where you could maybe talk about things. It wasn't necessary. It was more woman to woman. That's what I'm getting. Okay, as opposed to grandmother to just child. Okay, so but this is a woman that was grateful that she got to know you later in her life. She may not have been feeling well when you were getting to know her, but it comforted her to know that her granddaughter took an interest in her because she felt like you took you went a little bit of the extra mile. Does that make sense?
Yeah, and I actually have a question for her. Do you take questions?
Okay. All right.
So when she passed, she looked over my shoulder and she looked over my mom's shoulder. I was just wanting to know if you're able to ask her if she's able to tell me who she saw.
It looks like she was looking at me.
She did that, and then her spirit left her body.
Okay, it looks like she was either looking. She either saw her father or she saw another. She saw a man because a man was coming to get her. Do you know if she was close to her dad at all? Did she ever talk about him?
I don't know a lot of. No, actually, not at all. They were. No.
Well, it just seemed like a man was there, a man that she had been close to. Maybe it was granddad. I don't know, but she certainly recognized him and she knew why he was there, and because it feels like he came to get her. But there was also Azrael was there for her, and that's a good thing when Azrael shows up, along with maybe even Archangel Michael. So she was surrounded by angels, that's for sure, when she passed over. But she had a pleasant passing, she says, and she was very comforted. But it does feel like there was some male energy around her. Who that person was, I can't tell you, especially if you can't take that she was close to her dad at all. But this is what I'm seeing around her. So thank you very much.
Are you okay? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay, so we want to just go ahead and continue and just talk a little bit about 2024, because like I say, this is a year that many people have dreaded to come because of the different energies that we're experiencing right now. And with this transition of Pluto going into Aquarius, it's a big deal. Okay, because it hasn't been in this spot for over 200 years. And in that period of time, there were lots of new inventions, lots of new things. One of the industrial revolution started, shortly after the American Revolution, there was this industrial revolution. And it was such a big boom that the English even contacted the Americans. What did you do? What did you do to create this new industrial revolution? And we're starting to see that with new gadgets and new things that are coming about in our own space. And technology is moving so fast that it's hard to keep up with things. Just as one invention is being made, it's then made obsolete. And I may have something coming up on that in the next few weeks. It's kind of big, and I don't want to say it because I'm going to make sure it's going to work. But if it comes to fruition, then I'll let you all know what's going to happen there. But it does involve some inventions. I had a couple of ideas, and so we'll see what happens with them. But I will I'll let you know. But I wanted to just talk to you a little bit more about this Pluto energy, because when we see a major change into a different sign, beginnings feel a little bit like endings. It's all new. It's you have the relief of leaving one sign, but you have this new territory, and so you get a lot of people who are saying they're bewildered because they're not used to this new energy. You have to get used to it. You have to learn to navigate the new energy. And, we talk a lot about how Pluto was about corruption, about domination, and being in the second house to the United States, which is about property and which is about maybe the climate. We've talked a lot about that in the past 10, 15 years and how we're moving towards a greener environment. The Aquarian energy is not going to correct the corruption. It's not going to correct a lot of the things that were going on in Capricorn, but it is going to react to it. Okay. And when I say react to that, it means that the Aquarian energy says, okay, well, you're not going to change, so I'm going to ignore you. Okay. Aquarius is, this Pluto in Aquarius is going to bring in a little bit of an age of estrangement. And so if you had problems with people in the past and you had hopes that your relationship might get better, it's probably not. It's probably going to continue to be an estrangement and a moving away. That doesn't mean you can't, but it means that you will probably be forging to have new friends or new groups or new associations that will be more profound and more deeper than what they were in the past. And it's a shame in a way, but it's a matter of letting go of the past because Aquarius is not going to spend a lot of time waiting on people to catch up to them. They're just going to pass them by, okay? And you may feel passed by other people who no longer want to have anything to do with you because they felt like you were not going to change, or you were being intransigent, or they just didn't have the same belief system that you had. And that's why, we outgrow friends, we outgrow relationships, and we move on. But that doesn't mean that you can have to be mean to anyone. It just means that you're moving on. Okay. So we see that in the government in the United States. We see that things are working themselves out slowly but surely. We see that a lot of people are just not going to deal with the government. They're going to bypass it. And that's why there's some good things about that, but bad things too. You see people up and leaving big cities, the companies up and leaving because they're not going to deal with it anymore. They're not going to deal with theft. They're not going to deal with crime. They're not going to put their employees in harm's way. So they're just going to leave. Okay. So that's part of that estrangement that I'm talking about. And you're going to see, and I hate to say it, but sometimes the police won't be able to come see you, or they won't feel like your call is a priority, and they're going to put it down on the list. I'm not saying they won't come eventually, but this is where we are because the public keeps voting for no police, and the public keeps moving left. And the United States is moving towards more like a California-style situation. It can change, but this is the trend. And as long as this is the trend, this is the drift. This is the drift that we're seeing. I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that Aquarian energy is not going to put their foot down and say, "Oh, we're gonna send troops to California to change things to get the homeless situation taken care of," because they don't think it's a big deal. They think it's something that we just have to cope with it. So I'm not trying to get into the weeds or anything like that. But with Aquarian energy, Aquarian is very, very matter of fact. Okay, you got it. You don't want to cooperate? Okay, well, I'm leaving. That's just the Aquarian type energy. And so we're going to start to see those sorts of things. And of course, remember the last time, you probably don't remember, but last time Pluto was in Aquarius, the guillotine was created. And so Aquarius does have its limits. And so there may be some new inventive ways that we're not wanting to deal with in the future. So let's just try to get along and let's work with this new energy and enjoy the ride with all the new stuff and be kind to everyone another, because Aquarius is also the sign of humanitarian energy. So, but once again, that means if you're homeless and you don't want to come into the shelters and deal with the rules, well, Aquarius will give you a blanket and a cup of soup and say, stay outside. That's what Aquarius does. But so we're entering that new age, and we're going to be in it for quite a long time. And it's new energy that we're going to have to get used to. And it's something that it may not sound positive, but there will be lots of positives out of it. And people have to make their own decisions. And that's what we're going to have to see. So as long as people insist upon a certain way, then the consequences may not be kinetic, but they may be from the market, or they're going to be from natural sources. And as long as they're willing to deal with those consequences, that's up to them. So Aquarius is just not going to interfere with things that they feel is not going to bear any fruit. So as far as the election is concerned, as long as the country continues to drift left, then that means that as long as President Biden is alive, as long as he's on the ballot, he most likely will win. Okay. There are too many factors against President Trump. He has some really good stuff in his chart to show he could win. But as long as the trend continues, it looks like this is a situation for President Biden to win. So things can change and the trends can change. But right now, that's where the energy is. So we're getting ready to wrap up our show for this week. I hope that you'll join us next week for another edition of The Psychic Side. I always want to thank my sponsor, Miracles of Joy. They opened up their new location in Bedford, Texas. So if you're in the area, you got 2 locations to go to. So go to their website, use promo code 0223, and you can get discounts on anything you purchase. So that's it for me. I'm John Capello. This is The Psychic Side on the A1R Psychic Radio Network. So long for now, and we'll talk to you next week. Bye-bye.
Psychic Radio Network and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psych with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. What an exciting week it is. It's the week of love. It's the week when people sort of profess their undying love to people that didn't know that they were in love with them. For many people that are in relationships, it's a time to sort of renew vows, to renew the connection, to just remind our partners that how much we do love them. It is the time of love, and it's St. Valentine's Day. Wherever you are, here in Australia, it's actually Valentine's Day, and I know for our US family and our family in the Northern Hemisphere, it's not until tomorrow. So wherever you are in this world, let's celebrate love in a very, very big way this week. It's a very special occasion. So the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is the Four of Wands. And it's a really lovely card to come out on Valentine's Day because it's the card of the happy home. It's a time when things are plentiful and bountiful and everybody's having a good time and just enjoying their surroundings and enjoying being alive. It sometimes can represent a country setting, but for many of us that live in the city, it just reminds us of the simpler things in life. And sometimes when we're city folk, we get very, very busy and sort of lose, I suppose, a little bit of our identity in as much as the hustle and bustle of day-to-day life, that sometimes if we can just take ourselves back to a simpler time or just breathe for a couple of seconds and say, I'm just really enjoying where I am at the moment. And that's what this card symbolises to me, that, you know, there's plenty of food on the table, everything in life is good, and we've got a lot to celebrate. And I think that's what Valentine's Day means, is we do have a lot to celebrate, whether we're actually physically in love with another person or whether we're just happy to be who we are and in love with ourselves, not in an egotistical way, but to be satisfied and comfortable and complete that we are the very, very best person that we can possibly be, and that we do send out loving vibrations and loving energy, and we are focused on that with every single person that we meet, that we're sharing our loving personality and making their day a little bit brighter. So I think there's many reasons to celebrate the time of love. I think love is what makes the world go round. I know we need money to survive and function, but to me, love is the most important thing. If you've got love in your life, you're very, 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 very rich. You have everything that you need, because together the two of you can conquer the world. You can conquer your world. You can make things a much brighter place. So don't forget, wherever you are, don't forget to remind that person, that special someone in your life, how very important they are to you on Valentine's Day. So, yes, we still have the sun sitting in Aquarius for the moment. It's not going to be there for much longer. It's sort of, got another 8 days or so, and then we move into the Pisces, the final sign of the zodiac for the astrological calendar. But for those Aquarians that are about to have a birthday, happy birthday. It's a very special time of the year for you. And don't forget to make sure that you shine a little bit, because it is that time where you sort of reset your goals, reset the determination and the things that you hope to achieve in this next 12 months. And just because it is your physical birthday doesn't necessarily mean it's your solar return, which is what's known in astrological terms as the sun coming back to sit in the same spot. Sometimes our solar return can be a day or two either side of our actual official birthday because of the Earth's wobble and how things change a little bit over time. So anyway, all the Aquarians, happy birthday. And if you happen to be born on Valentine's Day, well, that's a double whammy, isn't it? You've certainly brought a lot of love and joy into your family. So we're going to move on now with the astrological sort of part of the show. And what I'm going to explain to you now is definitely going to affect Aquarians, Geminis and Libras, the opposite sign of Leo, and then it'll sort of start to wane off a little bit for the other remaining signs. I'm not saying it doesn't affect you. I'm just saying it's a little bit more watered down or a little bit less intense than what I'm about to talk about. So we have Venus, the planet of love and affection, which is actually sitting in Capricorn. So this is going to affect more of the earth signs. Now, Venus is the planet of love and affection, and it's where we look for love in a chart. Now, just because you might be another sign and not an earth sign, so you're not a Capricorn, a Taurus, or a Virgo, or a Cancer, doesn't mean that you can't experience love. What it means for people that are seeking love at the moment, and it applies to the whole 12 signs, that you need to be looking in different areas. So Venus is sitting in Capricorn at the moment, so we're looking for somebody that has maybe got their feet on the ground, somebody we can relate to, somebody that's stable, somebody that's got their life organised, somebody that sort of epitomises that's a person in authority, or somebody that has an authoritarian sort of nature. Someone we can rely on, somebody that's not flaky. Now, Venus is actually holding hands or conjunct Mars. Now, Mars is the planet of action. Now, a lot of people think of the planet of action and they think, oh, well, we only associate Mars when we want to, go to war, or we get cranky with somebody, or we want to get motivated about something. Yes, all those things are true. But Mars, to me, is the drive in all of us. It's the planet that makes us get out of bed of a morning and say, right, I'm ready to face the world, good, bad, or indifferent. I'm ready to sort of go and give it my best shot. It's where our drive comes from, our energy comes from. So Mars is very important. So Mars is sitting in Aquarius. So if you can imagine, we've got Venus on one hand holding hands from Capricorn in a very stable, practical, logical, down-to-earth sort of manner. And then we've got Mars, the planet of action, sitting in the next sign of Aquarius, which says, I want to be different. I need to be different. It's an air sign. It's a fixed sign, so it can be very fixed and rigid. It can be very definite in the way that it looks at things. But it also is asking Mars here to step outside its comfort zone and sort of dare to look at things in a very, very different way. So when you're looking at the planet of action, holding hands with Venus, the planet of love, where love's saying, Venus is saying, I want somebody practical, logical, down to earth, somebody that's in control of their money, that's got a direction in life, that knows where they're going, with the potential of a very stable, long-term sort of connection here that may grow into something really, really important. And then you've got Mars on the other hand saying to you, well, come on, let's get this show on the road. Let's shake it up a little bit. Let's get something different happening here. You want somebody that can think outside the square, somebody that's not frightened to take a risk, somebody that's prepared to do something different. They might seem a little bit cold sometimes because the Aquarian energy doesn't exude this warm, fuzzy feeling of love. It can sometimes be very emotionally detached and sort of so focused on themselves or thinking about the next thing or the next conversation that they don't seem to be known for their really romantic, loving sort of energy. So it's sort of almost like a conflict of interest. And then we've got this, Mars is also conjunct Pluto. Now, Pluto has just gone into Aquarius and will be there for a very long time, other than the little bit of retrograde it's going to take later in the year back into Capricorn. So Pluto is coming in and sort of asking us to transform the way that we look at love, because he's holding hands with Mars and is holding hands with Venus. So it's like, okay, the things that you've always looked at in the love circles, if you've been out there looking for a new relationship, maybe we've got to shake it up a bit. Maybe we've got to look at it in a very different way to the way that we looked at it in the past. Obviously, if you're just embarking on a new relationship or you're looking to find a new relationship, what worked in the past hasn't worked, because otherwise you wouldn't be in this position of looking for new love. So if you are a person that's looking for new love, let's shake it up a little bit. Let's look in different areas. Let's look at different types of relationships. And I don't mean, changing your sexual preference. I mean, look at the different types of personalities. What didn't work in the past? Why were we always attracted to somebody that wanted to control us? Well, maybe now you don't need to be controlled because you can stand on your own 2 feet and you can make your own decisions. So therefore, you're looking for someone to be your equal. So there's many different reasons at why we would shake it up or look at a potential new relationship in a different way. For those of you that are in a permanent relationship, and I know there's many people around the world, what I'm asking you to do here is to view your relationship differently. If there's been a few little issues there, then sort of look at maybe finding some different ways to problem solve, to sort things out. If there's nothing wrong with your relationship and everything's sailing along nicely, then maybe shake it up a little bit by doing a nice romantic dinner or doing something different, something that they wouldn't expect. Even if you don't have a lot of money, you can still create a romantic picnic on the lounge room floor, with a bottle of pop and, some sandwiches and some crisps even. It's the thought that counts. It's not always about the money that we spend. And I think we've become so materialistic in the world that we tend to sort of think we've got to spend big amounts of money to show a gesture of love. Where, many, many years ago, people went for a walk in the park. That was a sign of love, just spending quality time with that someone really special. They didn't have a lot of money. They didn't spend a lot of money. They didn't need to impress somebody. So maybe that's what the Aquarian energy is asking us to do, is shake things up and maybe go back to a simpler time, or put a modern twist on a simpler time. And I know here in Australia, it became very fashionable for a lot of people to have a picnic on the beach, particularly on Valentine's Day because the weather's so warm here, to do something like that with, some candles in a mason jar and, fish and chips on the beach, or some sort of takeaway on the beach, or a picnic basket or something like that. It doesn't have to be a lot of money. I think, we tend to get caught up in this commercialism and we forget the real message of what the day's about. So no matter which sign you are, you're being asked to shake up the way that you approach your relationship, how you handle things, put some sparkle back into it, put some, instead of being cranky about things, put a different twist on things. The problems will still be there tomorrow, but let's have a day or two where we can sort of just focus and be ourselves. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next part. It's interesting this week because all the planetary configuration was in over 3 signs. 3 or 4 signs, and it's not often you see everything sort of all bunched up together, but that just means that there's a lot of work to be done on an astrological level in that sort of concentration of that energy. So there was a tiny little bit in Capricorn, mainly in Aquarius, Pisces and Aries, and then a tiny little bit again in Taurus. So it's sort of spanning that sort of 120-degree angle of, energy out of a 360-degree circle. So it's a really concentrated effort. So the next one I'm going to talk about is really going to affect the fire signs. Now, this is going to affect Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and it's also going to affect the opposite sign of Libra. It will be more watered down for the other remaining signs. It doesn't mean that it's any less of a message. It just means it's a little bit less intense. So there's maybe not quite as much work to be done there. So what we're actually talking about is one of the Arabian parts, which is called Chiron. Now, Chiron is known as the wounded healer in a chart. It's where we look for, on an emotional level, that we have to heal. And quite often this is brought in from past life experiences or previous lives that we've lived, if you believe in reincarnation. We had lessons that we had to learn. Some we completed, some we didn't. Some left emotional baggage or things that needed to be sorted out at a later date. Doesn't that sound familiar, like this lifetime? So this is what Chiron does. It brings up the old stuff. It brings up the parts where we feel wounded, whether it's in this current lifetime or a previous lifetime. It's asking us now to sort of look at it, deal with it and move on. It's also asking us to sort of be brave enough to sort of confront any fears that we've got or any things that are troubling us and say, look, now's the time to hit it head on. Don't be frightened of things. It's, you're more frightened of things that you haven't dealt with or haven't begun to deal with than you are by actually trying to sort of confront it head on. Like, it's like looking in the mirror and sort of saying, okay, right, what's next? How am I going to deal with this? So Chiron is actually conjunct or holding hands another part that is not a planet, which is called the Moon's North Node. Now, the Moon's North Node role is to show us the way forward. It shows us on a karmic level where we need to be aspiring to. What are we working towards? Now, it's interesting because the Moon's North Node is actually conjunct the Moon itself. The moon moves very quickly around the zodiac, only stays in a sign for about 2.5 days approximately. Now, the whole 3 of them are sitting in Aries at the moment. So I find this very, very interesting, that it's asking people of that persuasion, and particularly the fire signs, to sort of look at the areas of their chart or look at the inner part of themselves where they might feel wounded or there's some scars that need to be healed. It's time now to sort of try and find a way forward from this, and using the power and the strength of your emotions to be able to look at this in almost like a me first sort of way, putting yourself in the position of number one and looking, how does this affect me? How am I going to work through this? How can I sort of work through this reasonably quickly, but make sure it's thorough, that I can then put it in the rear vision mirror so that then I can get on to the next project. So it's really interesting that it's asking each and every one of us, but particularly the fire signs and then the opposite sign of Libra, to really not waste this energy for the next 24, 48 hours. Really dig deep. If there's anything there that needs healing, try and heal it, try and sort it out, try and work through it. For many people, it may come in the form of some very, very strong thought patterns. It may also come in very strong, peculiar sort of dreams that are jumbled up and don't make a lot of sense, but there's a thread of emotion tacked in there. And also it's the time I find when you've got Chiron in such a powerful position, and this affects the whole 12 signs, quite often then we get more information coming through from the other side, that, you know, passed over relatives might pop up in a dream in something that makes no sense to you. Look at who they are, what role did they play in your life when they were here on earth, and why would they be associated with this particular message? Is it something that's important to them, or is it something that they feel is important to you and they're there to give you a helping hand? Quite often dreams aren't always as straightforward as watching a movie, and sometimes we really do need to sort out the information that's being shared with us because it is of an important nature. We're going to talk with Cindy in Timmins in Ontario in Canada. Are you there, Cindy?
Hi, I'm here.
Hi, do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Cindy?
I just want to know if my loved ones are around.
Oh, sweetie, look, your loved ones are always around. It's a question that gets quite often asked because we that are left here on earth are very concerned about whether or not our loved ones that have gone through to the other side, are they happy? Are they settled? Are they around? Do they see what's going on in our lives? The answer is yes to all the questions above. In all the years I've been doing this sort of work, Cindy, I've never had anybody come through from the other side and tell me they're miserable. Yes, they come through and tell me how much they miss their family here on earth and how they wish they were back there. But nobody's ever come through and told me it's absolutely horrible over there and I hate it there or anything like that. They're usually all a lot happier. In as much as if they were sick or disabled or before they passed over, they're no longer in any pain. They're no longer suffering in any way. They're all whole and complete again. And it's interesting because we here on earth are constantly looking for some sort of proof that they're around. And I think sometimes we look too hard. We're sort of expecting them to come down in this great wall of white light or something and bring us a bunch of flowers and say, I've arrived and, you know, I'm here to solve all your problems. That's not what their role is. Their role is to be subtle, is to be around you, is to constantly sort of help you through things. They can put, you know, suggestions in your head, but they can't control us and they can't tell us what to do. And the most important thing you must remember is too that they can't come into our private spaces, like when we're in the bathroom or getting dressed for the day and things like that. They don't come into those sort of private areas. But what they can do is that they can give you little subtle signs. You know, you could be driving down the street and you drive past a street sign and it says a completely different name and you look again and no, it definitely said Railway Street, but yet I saw something else a minute ago. That's a sign from them. That's a subtle, gentle sign. Sometimes they'll do things like, you know, put a particular song on the radio or put a particular song in your head or on the TV or a device, and you sort of think, oh, that takes me back to when, you know, my grandma and I used to pick apples in the orchard. And it is their way of sort of showing you or sharing with you something that is familiar to you. It doesn't mean that they have any particular message to share with you. They're just coming to say hello, to let you know that they're around you and they see what's going on. They cannot control us. And I have a lot of people say, oh, you know, look, if I could just talk to so-and-so, I'd be able to get the answers to my problems. Well, no, you can't, because it's not their role to answer your problems. They can give you guidance, they can give you suggestions, but they can't take control of your life. You're here to live your life. And quite often the questions that people ask aren't necessarily something that spirit even has jurisdiction over. It's something that can be handled in another way in a reading. It's just because we think, or we feel more comfortable if we think it's come from a passed over loved one, then the message is stronger and more pure. It's not necessarily the case. I know you've got lots and lots of family members and people that have passed over around you, Cindy, and most of what they're saying to me collectively as a group, that there's some wonderful things to be happening for you this year, and they're sort of sitting there holding their breath waiting for things to just start to unfold. So I can only take it from that you've got a lot of things on the horizon that you're hoping to bring in this year, Cindy. Are you? New adventures, new things.
Yes, I think so, yes.
Yeah, because they were sitting there, it's like they were all holding their breath waiting for the anticipation of you to open that present, or to open up what it is in your life, and they're excited for you. So that's good. If you do have a particular question that you need answered from, say, Grandma, let's use Grandma as an example. Before you go to sleep tonight, out aloud, ask Grandma the question and ask her to put the answer in your head first thing in the morning. So then upon waking, whatever comes into your mind first thing, that is the guidance or the answer or the help that they're going to give you. Write it down. Write down how you felt. It may not make a lot of sense at that point in time of the question that you asked, but it may in a couple of days' time or a week's time, you think, aha, that's what she meant. She meant that, when I see a brown dog, that's going to happen just before I've got to make a major decision. She's sort of saying to me, hang on about a minute, stop, look and listen and make sure that you're clear on the decision you're going to make. So sometimes they do it in a way that it doesn't make a lot of sense to us. So I hope that's helped you, but know that you've got a lot of spirit energy around you and that they're all very excited for you. We're going to talk with Sherry in Battle Creek in Michigan in the USA. Are you there, Sherry?
I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, Sherry?
Yeah, so my mother was killed in 1984 by a car, and I lived in Massachusetts in Nevada. Pardon?
I said, I'm very sorry to hear that for you, sweetie.
Yeah. So for several years, I didn't have any contact with her, and I finally found out what happened to her. So I was just wondering if she's doing okay, or it was a tragic accident when it happened.
Yes, I'm sure it was a tragic accident. As you were talking about your mum and the accident and all that sort of stuff, I feel it was her that was coming in and saying you never got all the answers. You got what people wanted to give you. And she sort of was sharing with me that what you felt or what you experienced at the time and the things that came to you, I'm going to say naturally. How can something be natural in a situation like that? But that was the way she shared it with me, that they were the right answers. If you got that a blue car hit her and everybody else said it was a red one, go with what you got. Do you know what I mean? What you felt at the time as you were trying to piece this together. She's saying that she came through at the time and gave you the best information that she could, as best she could at that time, so that you could find some sort of peace in all this. She's a very strong woman, but I'm going to say not the easiest woman to get along with.
No.
That was just the impression that she gave me. It was her way or no way, like it was.
She went through periods of mental illness in her life.
Right, is that what it is? Because she was very determined to tell me that it had to be done her way.
It had to be done what?
Everything in life had to be done her way. Like there was second, no other alternative. It was her way or no way. And that's what she said to me. She said, I wasn't the easiest person to get along with. I was so, forthright. She used the word forthright. I would have said stubborn. But anyway, but she wants you to sort of know, yes, look, she's okay, she's fine, she sees what's going on in your life, but she's very, very stuck on the fact that whatever you thought at the time when you first started piecing this mystery together was right, because it came directly from her. Regardless of what the authorities have said or what's the official version, she's telling me what she gave you in the first 3 or 4 months was the correct events that happened.
Right. They just told me that she was walking on a walkway and a car hit her.
Right. Is that what you felt was correct at the time, or did you have a different feeling?
That's what I thought that was correct.
Okay. Well, she's telling me to go with what you felt at the time was correct. Was there other versions of this that came out over time where people embellished the story or changed it or added things to it?
No. I mean, it took several years to find out what happened. And I just happened to look up Social Security, and it was her death certificate. And then I called where she got hit at. It was so long ago that, they just told me what that they had written down.
Right, okay.
And
so
you buried her in a cemetery.
You didn't know she was gone then?
No, I did. It was several years before I found out.
Right, okay. I don't know why she keeps telling me about that she gave you information at the time. So whether or not at the time you were feeling uncomfortable or I'm not sure, but she keeps telling me that she gave you the information, so the correct information. But look, I know she's around you. I don't know that she's got any softer on the other side. She's still very determined it's her way or no way. And she's corrected me.
Her and my dad were divorced, and he passed away several years ago. Are they together up there?
Yeah, they're together up there, and they're still fighting.
That sounds right.
I think it's more of a friendly banter now, but you know what I mean? Like nothing much has changed. She's still telling me he doesn't listen, and he's still telling me she's always right.
Right.
I don't think much has changed. Yeah, but look, they're happy. They're together. They're keeping a watchful eye over you. She keeps sharing with me your throat. Has there been a problem or an issue with your throat?
My throat?
Yeah,
well,
have you had a sore throat or something? Have you had a sore throat?
No, I've kind of had an earache.
Right, well, she's telling me the problem's coming from your throat. She wants you to go to the doctor and get your throat checked. But see, the ears, nose and throat are all connected. So, you're having problems with ears. So she's showing me your throat. She was very clear on saying to me it's not serious, but tell her to go to the doctor. Okay, all right. I'll do as I'm told. She told me 3 times I wasn't getting it out fast enough. So, she's still bossy, but she still loves you. And look, sometimes daughters and mothers don't always see eye to eye on things, and it's just unfortunate. That's just sometimes the way things are.
Right. So I have another question. So my younger brother, he's been MIA for him and my dad got into it, and he left home, and he didn't even contact with anybody. But it's been about 15 years, and I've searched everywhere for him. I don't know if he's passed on.
No, he hasn't passed on. You will hear news of him. Somebody random is going to let you know where he is in the next 6 months. Unfortunately, Sherry, that's where we've got to leave it because we're at the end of the show. But you will find out where your brother is. He's alive and well, and the two of you will make connection. Mum's working on that now, and so is Dad. But Mum's taking the charge there. So it's interesting as, we wrap up the show that, it's a time of the year where, love takes many different forms. It's not always about the partners that we're in love with. Sometimes it brings up memories of past over loved ones too, that we want to just make sure that they're right and that, the messages that we're getting are clear and concise. And, it takes many different versions of love to make up the world. This week I want to leave you with an extra special song, a song that is one of my absolute ultimate favourites. And it's no secret, if you watch the show regularly, you'll know I'm a huge David Cassidy fan. It is a David Cassidy song, but it's actually a version of a song that he did a cover back in 1977 on a Canadian television show with Flo and Eddie, and it's an old Beach Boys song, and it's called Darlin'. And I think it's a very appropriate song for Valentine's Day. So if you get a chance, check it out. It's a beautiful version of that song, and particularly if you can watch the video of David with Flo and Eddie, I think you'll have a little bit of a chuckle. They're all great dancers and they sing beautifully, and it's just a beautiful song for Valentine's Day. So I'm going to leave you with Darlin' by David Cassidy. Until next week, bye for now.
The Ask One Radio Network. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Psychic Side with John Capello. John Capello. Live from JohnCapello.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Psychic Side on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello and welcome to the Psychic Side here on the A1R Psychic Radio Network, Moonstruck TV, and enlightening television.